Now call to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this first budget hearing.
Mayor, I have been informed by Help Desk IT that they need 5 more minutes in order to open a new meeting.
Okay.
For live streaming purposes.
Okay, so in the future, I guess we'll give them a 10-minute
Yes, I was just
window.
informed.
Okay, my apologies,
Thank you.
everyone. Please, we'll be in recess for another 5 minutes to give our IT an opportunity to get the meeting online. Apologies for the early meeting. Okay, so because they stopped the feed and just.
Yes, because we don't want to have a special call in the first budget and then be criticized that it's 2 different meetings,
Okay.
2 different live streams.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
They're trying.
All right, so we'll do a take 2.
Take 2.
Cumplen ahora 3 años. In a couple of weeks, he is calling, having a minute with me. Thank you.
Does anyone? We'll talk later.
Don't burn the candle open. Yeah. I will. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. I really appreciate it.
It's off. No, that one's on. Right now it's chasing you.
Gentlemen, here's take 2. Please quiet all conversations. Council members, come to the front. We are now streaming live, and therefore I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:50 p.m. Today's date is September 11, 2025, for the record, and this is the first budget hearing on the 2025-2026 budget. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Mayor said the roll.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Dieguez.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Now, although we did pledges earlier and we had a moment of invocation, please rise up for a moment of silence in light of today being September 11th and as well as the assassination of Charlie Kirk yesterday. Thank you all. You may be seated. With that, we are now on the order of business. Any motions to
Through the
amend
chair.
the agenda order?
To the chair.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'd like to have item 7B before 7A.
Let me make a note here.
Statutorily, we have to take the millage up first.
We've discussed with Councilman Sanchez, like a way to kind of do it, but you can't do it like that. We're going to, if you guys vote on it and it's okay, we're going to do a hybrid of that, okay?
So what? Wait, what?
Well,
Well,
they're gonna
if
That was very cryptic.
Well,
you have to
okay.
vote to do it, though.
We got to get moving, guys. So how about
Okay.
this? Who has a motion to amend the order of business, whether it's a hybrid or whatever the case might be?
I just made one.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was it? Well, yeah, correct. But
To
then they're saying statutorily that we can't. Or did you make another one that I missed?
No, but can I have an explanation at least?
I
Okay.
can't do it until we open the item,
Okay.
until we're on the item.
Okay. Well, but Mr. Attorney, just your opinion, just to be clear, is that statutorily 7A must be taken up first. We cannot put 7B ahead.
It must be voted on first. You can bring up 7A, talk about it, more or less come
means-
to a consensus, table it, go to B, table it after you talk about it, vote on A, then vote on B.
Okay.
There's a difference between vote and discussion.
Okay,
So I
what-
guess you'll be making a motion to table at some point
If
again.
you want to do that, that's up to you as a
Okay,
body.
I'm gonna need you to repeat that so I can take some notes. And then B, is it the same thing at the second budget hearing? Like that we wouldn't be able to switch the order,
So-
instead we gotta do this whole dance?
So one thing is statutorily, and the other thing is procedural, right?
Okay.
So procedurally, which all you'd be doing is you'd be taking the millage first, which you're required by law.
Okay.
And you're also required to vote on the millage by law first. So you take the millage, we go through all the procedures that are necessary as far as the budget message, everything that needs to be put into the record. You entertain it, then you would vote to table the item. The next step would be to then bring up the budget. Same thing, you'd go through all the procedure. Then you can have a discussion on the budget. You don't vote on the budget. You table the budget. You take from the table the millage, you vote on the millage, then you vote on the budget. That is an option.
Okay.
Thank you. I withdraw my motion.
Okay. So with that, and being that there's only two items here in the budget hearing, let's continue on to public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules.
Good evening and welcome to the first budget hearing. And I also want to welcome the participants online. If you're online and you wish to participate in public comments, as I always state, just raise your hand by clicking on the reactions item and selecting raise hand, and IT will allow you to speak. And as well, if you're participating online via phone, just press hashtag number 9. For the ones here in the audience, if you wish to participate in public comments, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and we will afford you 3 minutes. Thank you.
Bonnie Cintron again, 14770 Lewis Road. I'm saying age before beauty because Hope wanted to come first. Secondly, no, age before beauty. Secondly, my second comment for the evening is that some of your mindset has to be changed, just a little bit of attitude adjustment. Constantly pursuing grants to bring more revenue to the town, as I see it, is a foolish waste of time and money. All grants have strings attached, and all incur more expenses one way or another. I think Miami Lakes is maxed out. I think we have enough services, programs, and amenities. We just need to maintain well what we already have. Please stop trying to always find more. It is really unnecessary to have an employee whose sole job it is to find and write for grants. The town should grow to reach its natural, manageable capacity, and we have grown enough. I think more would be harmful rather than beneficial. Please try to understand, we did not elect you to be developers, nor did we want you to keep adding initiative and programs and projects. All that does is just increase the expenses, which increases the taxes. So please rethink about always looking for more grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next speaker.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menzies Terrace. Yesterday, a person was killed because of his religion or beliefs, his political stance, his principles. In the year 2025, a few months away from the 250th anniversary of our great nation, the youth of the United States is experiencing the horror of a public assassination of a leader who has inspired so many to stand and be part of the political process. Beyond the consequences of grief, we are dealing with the delicate mental health of youth and the elderly losing their homes. Tonight, the discussion will center around our municipal budget. Yesterday, the school board increased the percentage they need to charge because of the decrease of students enrolling in school. Years prior, they increased the rate because of the need to pay salaries to the many teachers for all of the students that had enrolled. Is there a single American that is not overwhelmed by all that is happening? $37 trillion in debt, and everyone is attempting to get more money out of a weary citizenry. Everyone is trying to squeeze blood from a stone, and the administrative side of government would skin a flea for its hide and tallow. We hope you put a stop to the abuse and that you cap all government line items instead, and let the administration deal with budget constraints, rather than allow them to constrain the individual budgets of every Miami Laker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Felicia Salazar, 6875 Queen Palm Terrace. I'm here wearing two hats, a citizen, a committee member, and aide to the state representative. I was trying to read the budget, and there's some items that, it's a lot of things going on in this package, and I know you're a young council. Some of you have experience from previous sessions and councils. My concern is, we need to keep our taxes low, but I always said, as long as the services don't suffer and we use our money efficiently. And it can be done. I know it through our committee. We've been tightening our belt and trying to get activities to bring money into the town, to bring people in and invest in the town. And it's not easy. Your job is not easy, but it's all of us, the citizens and the government, is to use common sense. I use common sense in everything that I do. And basically, one of my concerns is, again, the services have to be good. We are a beautiful town. We need to really keep growing beautifully and use our money efficiently, clean our streets. Remember when we used to have that motto, Miami Lakes, keep it green, keep it clean. I think we need to keep it impeccably clean so we are proud of this town. I am proud, but sometimes I feel very frustrated with what I see going on. I don't know if I can speak on behalf of the committee. First session, I gave you a little handout of our breakdown of activities. So we're luckily, at our last meeting, we agreed to do more Main Street Live events. We're still short of 2 because we're moving money around. We're trying to work efficiently with the money that we have. So I ask you to please not cut more funding for committees that really are helping the community. And in our quarterly meeting, we said, let's collaborate together, not duplicate events that we can, do it in one and save money. I mean, we have committees that do a lot of activities, some that don't do much. So again, is working efficiently, and whatever money you cut or add, it has to be put to good use to keep our town working efficiently, to keep it nice. It's a lot. It's a lot to ask, but is that the money is well spent for things that will help. And I always use this when I speak to people, that improve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker here in chambers. Going once, going twice. Okay, we got a few coming up now. Yeah, I get to see you.
Fernando Herrera, 15311 Turnbull. Good evening, council, neighbors, and friends. Before we discuss numbers tonight, let us pause. Today is a day our nation will never forget. We remember the innocent lives lost, the families who still carry that grief, and the courage of the first responders and ordinary people who ran toward danger, not away. Their sacrifice reminds us that leadership truly means service over self. As town leaders and residents, we should also lead with understanding and humility. When we approach each other with respect, we see not just the choices before us, but the shared direction that can unite us as a community. That is why we're here, because while tonight's meeting is about a budget, it really is about something much deeper. What kind of town we want Miami Lakes to be for our families, our children, and generations to come. For years, Miami Lakes has been proud to have one of the lowest millage rates in South Florida, but as someone who works daily with corporations, commercial clients, and small businesses, I can tell you this: what may look sustainable in the short term often limits growth and long-term stability. We cannot expect good services if we fund them at a bare minimum. The truth is, our infrastructure is wearing down, our services are stretched thin, and our staff and officers, dedicated men and women who serve the town daily, some who also are residents, are too often treated as numbers on a spreadsheet. We can do better. We cannot ask for excellence if we do not invest in it. At the same time, many of our residents, especially seniors on fixed incomes, are struggling to make ends meet. Every dollar matters, and raising the millage rate touches them directly. That is why I believe the answer lies in balance. In balance. I'm not talking about reckless increases, but modest adjustments, measured steps up or down that protect the quality of life without crushing families or seniors. As a man of faith, I often return to Scripture. Luke 12:48 tells us, "To whom much is given, much will be required." And friends, Miami Lakes has been given much: safe streets, strong families, and a sense of community that is rare. But to preserve it, we must invest in it. Stewardship means not just protecting what we have, but building wisely for tomorrow. Council members, I know your duty is heavy. You are asked to be responsive to every resident, every concern, but leadership sometimes requires making harder choice. The one that may not win applause today, but will prove right tomorrow. Tonight, we're called to listen. You are called to listen and lead. Let us not settle for doing the least. Let us rise to do what is right, honoring our staff, supporting our residents and seniors with compassion, and protecting the very fabric of this community. On this day, we remember sacrifice and service. May it also be remembered that this council chose stewardship over stagnation, responsibility over shortcuts, and faith over fear. That is how we honor the past, serve today, and secure the future. As John Maxwell reminds us, everything rises and falls on leadership. Tonight, that truth applies to this council, our town manager, and staff, and to each of us as residents and leaders in our own homes. Finally, above all else, let us give glory to God, whose wisdom guides us, whose strength sustains us, and whose grace allows us to serve one another faithfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. All right, we got George, and I see Bill, I think, that also wants to speak.
Good evening, George Lorena, live in Royal Oaks East, Chapter 119 exemption. I want to start off by saying that I was here, obviously, the last time you met on this topic, and I was rather encouraged by what I saw, okay? It appeared to me, at least, that there was a willing from all of you to get down to business and, start cutting, looking at everything line by line, item by item, and start cutting, okay? That was encouraged. I hadn't seen that previously. So I congratulate you all on that. And I'm going to mention, just rattle off a couple things here. I don't know if these have already been discussed or stuff like that, but just some things that come to mind. Obviously, I don't have enough time to really get deep into this. But when we get to cutting, as I mentioned, online, crossing guards. Why is Miami Lakes paying for school crossing guards? I mean, that's an easy one. That should be reverted back to the county, to the school board, whatever. Okay, cell phones. Why is the town in the business of cell phones? Unless an employee has a real reason to have it, and the only two employees here that I think might have a good reason to have a cell phone would be the mayor and probably the manager, which probably get 1 million calls a day on that thing. All right? But beyond that, get out of the cell phone business. Okay? The other thing that I noticed is there are a lot of employees in this town that get benefits that I didn't as a county employee. Okay? There are a lot of part-time employees in this town that get benefits that I've never seen. I've never seen health insurance for part-time employees. I've never seen any benefits for a part-time employee. I work part-time. If I don't show up, I don't get paid, period. I don't get anything. So, look at that. Now I'm going to get into employees, and I think it was mentioned also. In the budget, there's basically a category, X. Okay, let's say the building department, so it was being discussed here earlier. This is salaries for building department. That needs to be itemized. All the departments need to itemize. Employee number 1, you don't need a name. Employee number 1, these are the job functions, blah, 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 whatever it is. Salary, benefits, total compensation package. Employee number 2 does this, this, and this, and so forth, and so on. That should be the way that is handled. Because you all can't say, you know what, employee number 3, we don't need that position, cut it. Okay, but you have to have that clearly designated. Okay, the other thing I'm going to say about employees is cost of living. Again, 30 years working for the county. I think in 30 years, probably averaged 30% cost of living total in 30 years. I, under public records, requested the cost of living. So, well, I'm running out of time, but consider that, and that should be the last thing that you guys consider in the budget, cost of living, not first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Llerena. Next speaker.
Hello. I get nervous. Okay. Amy Lipson Morales, 6944 Bottle Brush Drive. I've been a resident here for over 25 years, and this town has grown a lot. But it seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. I keep seeing all this growth, and then the infrastructure is just struggling to keep behind. And then all of a sudden, you look to us to fix it. It can't be that way. There has to be a responsibility in our government that if we're going to plan growth, we have to plan infrastructure beforehand, not put it on the backs of the taxpayers to come up with it because we didn't plan well ahead. We have to do better than that. It also feels like, and I'm sorry to say this, but it seems like everybody, well, not everybody, you know who's voting which way, but it seems like people are tone deaf. There is inflation, people are struggling. Towns all over Miami-Dade are voting either to keep their rates the same or to even lower in some cases. What are we doing here? We're looking at one of the biggest increases ever. Like, are you looking? Are you looking at the way we're voting? Are you paying attention to your constituents? Like, please listen. This shouldn't even be a vote. This shouldn't even be a thing. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Ms. Luces.
Good evening. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace, yes. My voice is a little hoarse, so bear with me, please. You're hearing from constituent after constituent their concerns over the increased tax rate, The reality is, and I know that you guys have gone through the budget, there are a lot of cuts that can be made. But we have to stop fulfilling our dreams on the backs of the taxpayers. We are being stretched to a point that we cannot handle. The seniors, my mother's a senior citizen. She lives in this town. She is seeing increases across the board. And when I look at what the increases are for, it does beg to question, are we really looking at what we need? Are we looking at essential services? I don't know. For example, we're talking about wanting to keep the service level. Thank you. Much appreciated. It's that bad, huh? Sorry. So we're trying, thank you, Rudy. So we're trying to keep the level of service at a high level of service. Well, let me point something out to you. How many months have I been coming here complaining to you guys about the AC? Who has the portable AC? Are you trying to tell me that in Miami-Dade County, we have one unit available? Look at the people here. What about them? Don't talk to me about government efficiency. That is Exhibit A right there. That is the problem. It is about us. We are the ones who are giving you the money. You are supposed to be the stewards of this town. Manage what you're supposed to manage. I see that there's a linear park on the agenda, on the budget for $430,000. Did you guys fix the other parks yet? I don't think so, right? But we have another park to maintain. You have to understand that there are limits. We, the taxpayers, have limits. The problem is that government doesn't think it has. But we are all here to remind you that you do. And we expect you guys to remember that. I know many of you have worked hard and are looking at that budget. Think about your constituents. Think about what we have to go through. Think about the senior citizens who may not be able to handle an extra $200, $300, $400 on their bill. Think about that when you're making your decisions. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, Council. Good evening, everyone. Rudy Blanco, 14406 Northwest 87th Avenue in Serenity Point. A couple of things, guys. Number one, never forget 9/11. You can't forget that. Number two, God bless Charlie Kirk. Pray for our nation. I think we're going to have many fallouts because of this. Number three, I don't envy any single one of you. But I know every single one of you are very capable, you're very smart, and you're very talented. That's why this town has elected every single one of you, from the town manager all the way to Cuadra Garcia, every single one of you. I don't envy you because it's very difficult decisions that you're going to be making now and in the coming days. I wear many hats today, and I'm coming in different hats as a chairman, as a resident, as a member of different committees. As far as blasting is concerned, my major concern is what's happening, what's going to happen in the litigation. I know it refers more towards the legal side, but I think we need a line item. We need something. How much are we going to spend in this? If we don't have that, we need it. That is a big concern of mine for this town. And the chairman of the Blasting Advisory Board, I need that. Very simple. As far as budget and everything else, I understand. Everyone is going through a tough time. Everyone. I'm feeling it. My daughters are feeling it. Everybody in this community is feeling the situation. There's no doubt about that. As far as economic development is concerned, I was talking to Councilman Sanchez, we need to make money. We need to find other sources of revenue. And I saw that the business tax that Garcia was proposing, I think that's a very good idea. One of the other key things that we need to do is, and I'll say it in Spanish, and I think the city manager and many of the people here understand, tienen que afilar el lápiz. You have to, because and very itemize every single one of those budget requests, budget line items. Sharpen your pens, guys. You're smart, you're diligent, we hired you for this, and you're very, very, very knowledgeable. Every single one of you. Most of you are businessmen. Most of you are professionals. People are suffering. People are going through a very tough time, including perhaps many of you on the council. Pero tienen que afilar el lápiz. You have to really get down to it, and may God bless you when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Most of you,
I'm sorry.
thank you for your service.
Name and address for the record, please.
Most of you guys, Calixto Milian, 16422 Northwest, 82nd place. Most of you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys are in the real estate business or bought a house to fix. This is the way I look at the town. If you guys buy a house, any of you guys, I know that you're gonna look for the cheapest roofer, okay, and the cheapest painter, and the cheapest lawn guy that's gonna make your house so you can make more money when you're gonna sell it. I think the city should take some of that and use it in the city, because I experienced a couple of years ago that they charged us $1,800 to put a ceiling fan in the guardhouse. That included the fan, where you could get a fan in Home Depot for $200. If the management is not correct, the money is bleeding. You guys are bleeding money because you guys are not trying to get somebody cheaper, okay? You guys, I don't know why if this wall gets painted for $500, the city pays $1,500. Why? That's what I don't understand. I want you guys to think like how I'm thinking. Use this as a business and try to make the city better, but cheaper. Cheaper. And I know you could find people that does it cheaper. You could call me. Carlos got my number. I could find people that does it cheaper. I own an apartment in Bimini, and the pool was redone, okay? And I fought over there because they did the worst job. I could have done a better job with my people here in Miami. Could have gone to Bimini and done a better job. Okay, Roger knows me. I never come and speak here. This is my second time that I've spoken here. You know, I always just stay back and let you guys do whatever you want to do. But, I mean, it's getting ridiculous. Everybody's coming to Florida because everybody's paying more taxes. In New York, California, Chicago, everywhere else is paying more taxes, and everybody's coming here to Florida. If we mess Florida up, where are we going? We got no place to go. No place to go. You know? It's just incredible. I would like for you guys to think the city is your business. It is your business. Try to save the money. You're saving money for us and for the city. Please stop bleeding money. That's what I'm trying to say. Please. You know, if you're having problems with the city management, with the person that runs the money, take care of it. You know, there's people here that makes more money than the governor, you know, and the governor runs the whole state of Florida.
Thank you, sir.
You know, and it's just crazy. I really
next
appreciate
speaker.
it that you guys don't pass.
Thank you.
Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119. Mr. Mayor, twice in one night. Thank you. Once again, I'm listening to all the folks here, and I echo their sentiments. You're in a difficult position. Let's first start that the strength of any organization is the people that actually do the work. That would be the right side of this room here. And they put in the hours, they put in the time, they work hard for the residents here. I've seen it firsthand. As far as compensation goes, I do not agree for an across-the-board COLA. I think I spoke to through the chair to Councilman Hertzberg about this, of a tiered approach. I don't need someone making six figures to get the same cost of living as someone making 40, 50, 60,000 a year. That person on the lower tier should be getting it, and it should be tied to the consumer price index. This way, there's no surprise anymore. Right now, it's 2.9. As I said, it's gone up. In 6 months, it has gone up, and it will continue to go up as long as we have these tariffs in place. So I ask you to look at the savings of giving the staff that works hard the cost of living for those that are under a certain amount. That's for you to decide. As far as expenses, and I heard Amy talk about dreams and things like that, the number one job of government is infrastructure and public safety. With that said, I believe it's close to 50 cents on every dollar that we pay goes to our police contract. 8 million, more or less, somewhere around there. So don't take this as he's asking to defund. No, that's just a popular word. What I am talking about is look at the other municipalities that are in the same condition as you, Palmetto Bay and Cutler Bay. Those are the only three municipalities, other than the enterprises such as the airport or the seaport, that contract with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, or whatever it's called now, for police services. It's too late, but you need to put together, for this budget, you need to put together a team of folks that are willing to volunteer to look at this police contract. Because I did, and I'm surprised at some of the costs that are in there. I don't want to be paying for the PBA president to go to a gala. It's not my concern. My concern is seeing officers on the street here. I don't want to see officers on overtime doing what the Miami-Dade public school system should be doing and taking care of the schools. We pay a lot of taxes to the school system with no adjustments, up and up and up. Property value is even higher for the school system than what I pay here. I pay less in taxes. All right.
You can wrap up.
But you need to look at that police contract, that's 50%. And in the search that I did with the state, on my public records, I found what seems to be a dream list. I'll run through it in less than 20 seconds.
Well, it's just, again, I didn't get the other gentleman time to finish.
Can I get anyone to motion to give me an additional
I motion to
15
extend.
seconds?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And
Brief.
wait, I'm
Some
sorry.
of the initiatives that I see.
Abel, I'm sorry, hold on.
Okay.
How many seconds were we giving?
30 seconds would be fine. That's it.
Okay, 30 seconds, which will
Yeah.
be afforded to everyone else as well.
Okay. And the report that I got as a public record from the state, I looked at that we've reported as a dream list, I guess, Miami Lakes Optimist Park, 6.732 million. Robert Alonzo Community Center Critical Facility Energy Resilience Project, no idea what that is, 525,000. Senior Center build out. I don't think we have a senior center. I don't think it's even in the plans. $500,000. Streetlight Improvement Project, 564,886. Business Park East Linear Park, 430,000. I spoke to one of you here today, and they're like, we have no idea what this was even about till we saw it pop up on social media. You guys are the ones that hold the money, and you didn't know about this linear park, $430,000? I have no idea. I guess it's to visit the cemetery along a nice path. And then Par 3 Park, $230,000. We don't even own the property. And Optimus Park Storage, $300,000. That has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Mr. Garcia, it was great seeing you again. I'm going to give up my 30 seconds for Mr. Fernandez, so that way we're all even.
Well, you actually have 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give up the 30, no big deal.
Okay.
I promised myself years ago that I wouldn't get back involved in this game. I was in public sector for over 34 years. I served 12 years as chief of police, 5 as commissioner out of Tallahassee, and I currently work for FDLE. And I said I wouldn't get back involved until I started reading some articles about stuff that's going on with our budget. Mr. Abel Fernandez had some beautiful things to say about being efficient in how we run our business. 2007, most of you probably weren't around yet doing this game. We had a collapse where people were giving up their houses, tax revenues were going down. I can tell you that everybody that worked for me, staff, executives, did not get a raise for 4 years. All my civilian employees got a COLA. That's an efficient way of running business and taking care of the people that are taking care of the jobs. Other people may not like it, but that's the tough decisions that you will have to be faced with now. I come to you because in 2000, before the town of Miami Lakes became a town, they ventured out to create their own police department. Some of you may not know this. I sat on the panel that created the budget to create a new police department out of the Dade Chiefs Association. That was presented to the town back then. They decided to go with the county and their police department. 50% of a budget for a police department is a lot of money. A lot of money. You need to look at other ways of dealing with this. I'm not telling you that police personnel don't deserve what they want, but you've got to look at these contractors and what they're asking for. I retired from my first job after 34 years. I'm back at my second job going on 10. I'm going to be collecting a second pension the way that it looks, maybe longer, to be able to pay for what I have based on your proposals. With that said, like I said, I know your job is tough. Take a look at your infrastructure. Take a look at the cost of police service. Look at what you're doing to the constituents and their taxes. The average person, 30% increase is ludicrous. I, who have 2 jobs, if you will, are probably going to just make it by. Take a look at property values back in 2007 to 2010. When you don't have the taxes coming in, everything that you're going to propose is going to be mute. You won't have the money. Spanish, afila el lápiz, I think it was said.
Yes, correct.
That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do.
And that's what we're doing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. The name, did he state the name?
I believe he did. Yeah, he did say a name and address, right?
I'm sorry, sir. I
I'm
didn't
sorry,
catch
sir,
your
just
name.
for the record.
So sorry, but I need to
Because
take
the clerk
notes.
has to transcribe all this later into minutes and everything.
My first name is Van, last name is Toth, T-O-T-H, a traditional Cuban, Hungarian born in Albany, Georgia.
I think he's protected by Chapter 119 based on what okay, yeah, so there we go. Okay, anyone else in chambers wishing to speak? Mr. Lasso.
George Lazo, 8808 Northwest 143rd Terrace, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33018. Honorable Mayor, council members, and distinguished town manager. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Town Manager, for clarifying the actual costs of a possible hike in the FP&L rates in terms of dollars during our last meeting on September 3rd. However, we must stand firm and say no to these tax rates, whether it's an increase of several dollars on a monthly basis. As I indicated during the last hearing of September 3rd, an increase in property taxes will have a detrimental effect on homeowners who live on a fixed income, who will possibly consider and take into account the likelihood of either selling the home of their dreams or renting their homes to tenants who in the large part consist of multifamily residents. In most cases, this will lead to the addition of illegal efficiencies in order to offset these rising taxes. Local businesses will also be affected by increased property taxes. I personally have been confronted by many friends who are current business owners, and they have expressed concern and fear that their leases will reflect higher rental fees very soon and will have to close shop and move elsewhere, possibly to Broward County. Main Street is another case in point, where many businesses open and close unexpectedly, simply because they cannot afford paying additional high rental fees, resulting from high supply and low demand. I have sadly witnessed several vacant offices posted by Graham Leasing, who is the main leasing company of our town. The mayor's initiative in promoting a business boot camp, along with the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce, should also reach out to the representatives of the Graham Company, the firm who's in charge of leasing to new businesses in the community, and have them give their input on this matter to future business owners. Retirees living on a tight budget are already facing high costs in groceries, water and sewer fees, medical bills, prescriptions, home insurance, and mortgage costs. Pinecrest, Miami Springs, and most recently Marco Island have lowered their proposed tax increases because it's... Can I make a motion? 30 seconds.
George, how much?
I motion.
George, how much time do you think you need to wrap up?
I'm going to need...
I know, and I love them too. You know,
Yeah.
you can't claim them by
Can you
yourself.
give 'em
20 seconds.
30 seconds?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move.
I'll second it.
I'll allow it to just, with unanimous consent, if nobody has an objection, 30 additional seconds, which means, Madam Clerk, throw in a minute for every other speaker, and then for those that previously spoke, they can go ahead and come back and get their full minute extra.
Okay. Thank you, sir. As I was saying, Pinecrest, Miami Springs, and most recently Marco Island have lowered their proposed tax increases because its residents showed resiliency and determination in their endless pursuit to reach out to their local officials and achieve a fair and reasonable budget for its residents. We can do the same here for the well-being of our residents of Miami Lakes. Town officials should also reach out to neighboring cities, towns, and municipalities by welcoming them to also participate in the growth of our beautiful and illustrious town. Let's not only cut the ribbon for future local businesses, but rather to those who can assist us in making Miami Lakes the town of growth, prosperity, and of course, growing beautifully. Say no to the increase of property taxes. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Lasso. Next speaker.
Good evening. Omaro Cruz, 8515 Northwest 169 Terrace. Thank you for the opportunity to talk again one more time in front of you guys. I know you've done a lot of work, you put a lot of hours, and we thank you for that. Miami Lakes was incorporated in 2025. 25 years have gone by. We're about to review our charter. A lot of work needs to be done. We have learned, we can become better. I remember when, back in the days, they told us that we were going to raise half a penny when Mr. Panelas was the mayor. We're still paying for that half a penny. I think even if you guys raise tonight, half a penny is too much. Leave it alone. Leave it the way it was. It was working. For 8 years, we have been number 4. Okay? Number 4. Why can't we be number 1? We can be better. We can do better. It's a tough job. It's not easy. Like I told you, 1 and 1 is not 11, it's 2. But I know, and I'm not asking you to become a saint now and multiply the bread and the wine so we can have a miracle here tonight. But why not? Miracles do happen. Each one of us is called to be a saint. We just had 2 of them named last Sunday. So I'm asking you to do the right thing, make us proud. And that's it. God bless you guys.
Next speaker. Well, again, because you're entitled to another minute since you didn't get that extra minute. So please, Madam Clerk, give her a minute.
It's just going to be really quick. So the one thing
And
I really, oh,
One more thing, for the record, this is Amy Lipson?
yes.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Okay.
that way she can go back as she need to get it.
Okay, so the main thing I did want to say is, as somebody who voted against Optimist Park, and the majority of this town did, I'm so tired of hearing about it and seeing so many funds allocated to it. If you're telling me you need 8 million for the police force, which we already know is inflated and bloated, why am I seeing 6 million for Optimist earmarked? Why did we have a surplus and put the majority of that surplus into Optimist? It doesn't seem like we have a budget issue so much as we have an allocation problem. And that's the main thing I want to call out. We don't want to fund Optimist improvements. We voted, we said what we felt. Please listen.
Thank you very much. One more minute for Ms. Lucis.
Sorry. I'm actually going to piggyback on what Amy said about the Optimist Park. Included in the budget is an increase for the background checks that the town of Miami Lakes pays for the coaches at Optimist. We should not be paying that cost. The participants of that program should be bearing that cost. You guys know that it's going up from $12 to $80, correct? Okay, level 2 now. It's on our budget. Why? We should not be paying for this. Not to mention the majority of the participants are not from the town of Miami Lakes. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Anyone else in chambers wishing to speak? Madam Clerk, please look online. Oh, wait, we have one more speaker in chambers.
Good evening, Laura Vertiger, 16826 Northwest 83rd Court, Miami Lake. I've been a Miami Laker all of my life, always proud of this town and the conservative way in which we've ran it. It's appalling to me that we set the conversation starting with such a high millage to compromise on a lower one. A flat millage is an increase. It should be a rollback. Listen to your constituents. I understand it's tough. And I appreciate and I value all the work you all do. But this is the constituency of Miami Lakes. We live here because of this. And we're listening, and we hope that you're listening to us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here wishing to speak? If not, Madam Clerk, any online comments? Actually, I see that at least 3.
Yes, Mayor. I'm going to call them as I say them in my
Yes.
screen. Miss Maria, we don't have a last name. Miss Maria, I see you have a raised hand. Please just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting. Miss Maria, we see you with a raised hand, meaning that you want to participate in remote public comments. Welcome. Just unmute yourself so that we can hear you. Mayor, I'm going to move on to the next participant that I see on screen. I have no name. It's an iPhone, also with a hand raised, meaning that they want to participate in remote public comments. Welcome. The next person that I see is Diana. No last name, but with the name of Diana. Welcome to the meeting. Just please unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
It says host is not allowing to unmute.
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, you do?
Welcome to the meeting.
Hi.
Name and address for the record.
Hi.
We don't hear you now. We heard you
Well,
perfectly a second ago.
She's unmuted, but please, ma'am, state your full name and address for the record, and please continue. That your time is running.
Yes, I'm Diana Newman, 6301 Simmons Street.
Perfect.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Did you have any public comments,
perfect.
ma'am, or you just
So
wanted
I
to?
just wanted to address the council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. It's not every day that I get to really ask a group of adults to please stop lighting our wallets on fire. So this is a great opportunity. I wanted to be there in person, but wasn't able to. I really agree with everybody that's gone up there and spoken. They've had great comments and concerns. So everything that they've said, I've agreed with. So I don't want to pile on with the same things. I just wanted to kind of touch on some other topics that I'm not really sure about, and hopefully somebody could enlighten me a little bit. The Optimist Park, still part of the 2025 initiative, millions that we're trying to put into it still. I'm not understanding. Really, it's a little crazy that we're trying to put so much money into a park that nobody wants, as everybody has stated. My sons, my nephew, the only Miami Lakes residents on their team. It's a little embarrassing. Yikes. Come on. 59th Avenue Bridge project. Waste of money. What's going on? $60 million? Who's going to foot the bill? I don't understand. Whose name is going to be put on that bridge? Come on, please. And the other thing I wasn't sure about, Mayor Dieguez, weren't you on the senior board? You understand what these vulnerable people are going through, the hardships, the struggles. You know this best. You gained their trust, their vote, and you're on this board and you're here trying to raise their taxes. What's going on? I think we're going to have to change the slogan from growing beautifully to growing broke. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. All right, any other public comments?
Yes, I'm going to call them again, Mayor. I see the participant with the name of John Newman. If you want to speak, please unmute yourself. I just want to make sure I'm calling everyone that I see on screen and give them a chance to participate in remote public comments. Again, Maria's iPhone, no last name. You still have your hand raised, meaning that you want to speak. And another iPhone with no name. Please, if you want to participate, just unmute yourself. And welcome to the meeting. Those are the two participants that I see, Mayor, but
if they're not going to speak, then we have to continue this meeting, because as it is, we're going to be here well past 2. So
I just want to
with
say,
that,
I'm so sorry. I just want to
yes.
say for the record, as I
Okay,
always
go
do,
ahead.
whenever we have residents that send me emails, consider written public
They're gonna
comments.
help me.
I'm sorry, who just unmuted themselves?
Hi. Hello. Hi, my name is Cesar Mato.
Okay, would you like to speak?
We have residents that send me emails, consider written.
I think it might be because there's a delay.
My name is Cesar Mato. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please state your name and address and proceed when you
My
get a
name
minute.
is Cesar Mato. Did you hear me? Hi, my name is Cesar Mato. Can you hear me?
Okay, would you like to speak?
Yes, please. I've been having my hand up all the time. So basically, what I want to say is a couple things. First of all, everyone that I've listened this afternoon, from Abel Fernandez, Van Todd, George Lasso, Mr. Cruz, Amy Liz, and so forth, George Moreno, a teacher that was a funny, everyone.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Everyone, hello?
I've been informed by help desk IT.
Sir, I think you have another video going on that you need to pause. That way you can hear us more clearly. Because it sounds like you're listening to the meeting from the prior special call meeting.
I was just informed.
My apologies, everyone. Please, we'll be in recess for another 5 minutes to give our IT an opportunity. Sir, I'm sorry, if you don't turn off that audio in the background so you can hear us, we're gonna have to move on.
He raised his hand too. When I tried to unbook, it said post.
Okay, please have IT mute them, and we're gonna continue with the meeting. Are there any other public comments in chambers? Just one last opportunity. Seeing none, public comments is now closed.
Mayor, as I was trying to explain a few seconds ago, for purposes of the record, my office did receive 2 emails considered written public comments. One was from Ms. Hope Reynolds in regards to special taxing district. I believe it's from section 1, and I shared with all of you earlier today. And as well, one from Francesca Garcia, and this is in regards to Miami Lakes Optimist and needs of improvements of the park. Again, I shared with all of you these public comments, and I just Wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you. And I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege to address some of the things that were said. It's rare for me to do this, but again, this is an especially volatile budget season where there's a lot being thrown around, a lot of not just misinformation, but disinformation that I think needs to be addressed. Number one is, even though there have been discussions about doing the Optimus Park at some time in the future, that is not at all a factor here. So that is not being discussed. People that have interjected it, frankly, are either not aware, don't have all the facts, or they are deliberately trying to continue to rile up the public. That's what I want to begin with on the Optimus Park. Number two, yes, I did serve on the Elderly Affairs Committee. Some of those friends that I served with are here now. As the only person on this dais that's actually cut taxes on 2 occasions, I think it's safe to say that the last thing I want to do is pursue any tax increase, right? But when other cities were actually keeping their tax rate flat and pocketing the difference for a rainy day so they can do what they're doing now, like you see in Miami Springs, like what you've seen, I don't know what Marco's situation is, but in Miami Springs and now in Pinecrest, you know, the reality is that in Hialeah now, I hear that there's a race to the bottom there in terms of their tax rate, right? In the midst of their election season, with all due respect to all my friends over there. But the reality is that when they were maintaining their millage flat and pocketing that difference for a rainy day, we were already cutting them well ahead of the game, right? And so now here we are. We're in a position where we have to pay the piper. And the funding levels that we have for tree trimming, which is on a 3-year cycle that I know many of you have an issue with, on sidewalk repairs, a beach renourishment for the sand, mulching for our pocket parks, including like the one I grew up with on Poinciana Court, we are keeping those stuck at 2019 austerity levels because we've been trying to play these budgetary games of hiding the true cost of government from the public, right? And the truth is we have to do better. But again, the idea that any of us, going all the way to my right, all the way to my left, want to increase taxes is just, it's ridiculous. You know, and especially that I also have family members that live on Willow Lane that are on a fixed income. The last thing I ever want to do is to do something to hurt them, right? Or to hurt my sister who just started her family and bought a house more recently and, of course, got hit with all the increase in taxes there because she didn't have Save Our Homes up until that point. So I just want to keep all that in perspective. When people are out there accusing either myself or any of my colleagues of being on the take, which has happened before, or of somehow just skipping over all the steps of trying to protect you guys and just immediately hurt you with the tax increase. That is false, categorically false. And again, as the only person on this day that's voted for 2 different tax decreases, I can proudly say that this is our last resort if we even have to get there. We're still going through that exercise tonight. So far, the council has identified $185,000 in cuts, right? Tonight, that number will no doubt increase. But at the end of the day, we now, because we're not even at all even remotely considering any franchise fee increase as an offset to the property tax increase that we might have to eat, the problem there is that that money's going to, we're now, what is it, 1.3 million extra now in the hole, you said?
1.1, which was going to be
1.1.
1.125.
So it just makes our job that much more difficult because what I know is that at some point, if we make the most extreme cuts that it seems some might be okay with, we're not only just making the tax hike in the future larger when a future council has to come in and actually fix our mess. The reality is that we're also not living up to the standard of the Miami Lakes quality of life that we expect, that I grew up with, and that many of you got to experience, some of you at a different stage in life. But I just wanted to make that clear that it's important that we continue to make sure people are educated and informed. It's a shame that so many people that spoke earlier have left. And because if you're just relying on what's on Facebook, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people out there with their own agendas. People who just don't want to pay more, people who are running for office or looking to run for office, and others who are simply sharpening their political axis to settle a political grudge. So it's important to take what they say with a grain of salt and to do your own research and to watch these meetings. So that's why I'm glad that so many of you have still stayed. But that was something else I wanted to address. 2 more things, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues, or we can go into the substance, whatever their pleasure is. But we have always shown a willingness to cut. Again, we just spent 6 hours alone at the last meeting, not including the prior meetings, to go ahead and make the 185,000 in cuts. This meeting is probably going to run really late tonight, and that's us doing our part for you to protect you as best as we can from any increase. And then on top of that, with the growth issue, that I think it was Amy that brought it up. that has been the issue. We have been cutting our nose to spite our face and not making the right savings to cover these bigger capital improvement projects down the line. We have to do better of that, at that, but we also have to get through this year. You know, unfortunately, the budget numbers, and the reason why the preliminary rate was set, because I see there are other people here in the audience that were not here before when I mentioned this, but the reason why we are required to set a preliminary millage is so that when you get your truth and millage notice, your trim notice, you know what is the maximum you will need to pay. Unfortunately, at that point in July, we also don't have all the information to make our proper forecast for how much we're going to collect in revenues beyond property taxes from state revenue share, PTP, the list goes on. So those are numbers we have to wait for. So until we get that, it was safer to set a higher rate, right? And then because we have the option to bring it down, which hopefully we're still going to have that option, because we figured we will revisit this later. But we didn't have complete numbers, and no city had complete numbers to be able to set a preliminary rate this year, it seems. That's why you saw Pinecrest make the reversal now. You've seen a couple other cities make the reversal. They set it higher as a precaution, and because by law, they had to send you some number, right, before they had their full budget numbers. But we're in a better place now. We have even more updated numbers, as of this date. So we're going to continue to do our part, but I just want to assure you that we are working to cut as much as we can without just kicking the can down the road, because that is going to just make it even more expensive in the future for everybody. With that, any one of my colleagues want to add anything else? Vice Mayor.
Move the order of business.
Well, I don't believe you need a motion for that. Yeah, so you just want to move on. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
I'm just going to go back to what I said during the 2 workshops and remind everyone that of the 4 levels of government, of the 4 levels that exist in our organizational chart. Level 1 is the residents, the stakeholders. Level 2 is us, the elected officials, board of directors. Level 3 is the town manager, the CEO. And level 4 is the staff, which is the staff in every level. We are here to defend our residents. We are their line of defense. We are the ones that hold the proverbial purse strings and need to make sure that every dime that we approve tonight is in a fiscally responsible way. Tonight, there will be discussions. There are going to be moments of disagreement, but we must always remember that none of this is personal. All of this is professional. There will be moments where some individuals will try to be either aggressive or passive aggressive, but we need to remember that it's professional. We have a job to do, the staff has a job to do, and let's keep it cordial. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilman Sanchez. Anyone else before we start? Okay, with that, Mr. Attorney, we're on 7A. Please read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, adopting the millage rate of the town for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026, pursuant to section...
Mr. Attorney, I'm sorry, can you read directly into the mic so that everyone can hear you?
All right.
Thank you.
God, that's a first for me. Okay. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, adopting the millage rate of the town for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026, pursuant to section 200.065 Florida statutes, providing for directions to tax collector, providing for notice, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I need to read the budget
Go
statement statutorily required. Budget statement for the record. The proposed millage rate for the town of Miami Lakes fiscal year 2025-26 is 2.2459. This rate is an increase of 0.1727 over the prior year rate of 2.0732. The gross taxable value for operating purposes is $5,242,062,899. The proposed millage rate will generate $11,184,492 in ad valorem revenue, budgeted at 95% collection rate. The proposed millage rate of 2.2459 is 15.8% above the rolled back rate of 1.9400.
Excellent. Okay. With that, I'll move the ordinance just to get us into discussion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilman Hertzberg for discussion.
No, let's just move it and go ahead. Go ahead, Alex. I know you have the game plan. Go ahead.
Motion to table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
For
One by one.
clarification.
Yeah.
To after the determination on 7B.
Exactly.
Okay,
It's gotta-
fair.
you just until you
All right,
guys
Madam Clerk,
finish,
call the roll.
or someone else files a makes a motion.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Can you explain that to me again one more time?
This is just so we can move to the next one, and we'll come back to this later.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Take up 7B. Mr. Attorney, read the ordinance into the record. And please remember to talk directly into the mic.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving and adopting the budget for the Town of Miami Lakes for fiscal year 2025-2026, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for carryover of funds, providing for the incorporation of the adopted capital budget as the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
No.
All right. Again, just to get us into discussion, I'll move 7B.
Second.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilman Hertzberg. Councilman Hertzberg to start discussion.
Just to make sure, we're on the budget here and we're discussing the line items or whatnot. So one general thing I would like to discuss is COLA increases. I am in agreement that we should not be giving COLAs to high salaried employees. It's hard to just figure out what that cap is. I previously discussed that cap with the manager. I think $100,000 is a fair cap. I believe anyone making over 100 should not receive a COLA. And if a COLA puts you to 100,000 or over, it caps you at 100. It's very hard to look at a resident eye if we're going to increase taxes and say someone making $130,000 or $140,000 got a tax increase from their money. At the same time, there are staff that don't have high salaries. So I would move to cap the COLAs. Anyone that makes under $100,000 has a COLA. Anyone over 100, no COLA. But if your COLA brings you over 100, it caps you at 100.
I'll second that. Discussion on the amendment or the motion by Councilman Hertzberg. Mr. Manager, you wanted to address that?
Once the council has, I wanted to highlight a point. I did an analysis which I shared with the council for the COLAs. As you all know, we have had a challenge with employee retention, right? In the past. We try and offset that with developing an incredible workplace. And I think our staff has a sense of family and a sense of one that keeps a lot of them here. But the reality is that each one of these folks need to pay their bills too. They need to provide for their family. There's nothing evil or wrong with that. The spreadsheet that I shared with all of you shows the COLAs that our staff have been given over the last 10 years. If you look at the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, the price of inflation for the Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach area, over the last 10 years, that number equates to 40.10%. Our staff, the COLAs that they have been afforded by the council have only been 24.5%. So even if they were to get the proposed 3% COLA, I think there was a gentleman in the audience that said that the CPI recently came out at 2.9. We're proposing a 3% COLA for all staff members. The total for that would be 24.5%. So that still puts all of these staff members who do all of the heavy lifting, who provide services to all of our staff members, or to all of our residents, many of which are actually town residents. It still puts them at 15.6% behind the CPI over the last 10 years. The thought that we can keep salaries, those making over $100,000, from getting a COLA, I think everybody from top to bottom on our staff, from the person who just walked through the door yesterday to those who have been here for 20 plus years and that make minimum wage to the highest salaries in the town, all of them work their tails off to provide services to our residents. They work, I mean, those of you who have been around here know that many of them work late into the evening, they work weekends, and many of those who do that, at the expense of their families, many of those who do that are those that are making over $100,000. So to think that we have a whole bunch of fat cats sitting around and they don't do anything and they don't produce and they're just collecting a huge paycheck, it's fantasy world. It's make-believe. And I just want to point out that some of the folks that are the highest producing people on our staff are those that are in that mid to upper pay range. And to tell them that thank you, but no thank you, your work is appreciated, but not really, I think would be a travesty. And I think it would send the wrong message from this council to our staff.
Through the chair.
Before you go, I actually wanted to address some of that. I understand and listen, those staff members do perform at a high level in ways that the general public does not see, right? And there's always, it's a common popular thing to bring up, well, some of these people get paid more than the governor. Well, the governor also gets a free plane, a free ride, you know, with security, has a house, you know, so there's a lot of other benefits that go into that we need to keep in mind, right? Things that are not available to people in municipal public service. But I think, and look, this is not the first time. You remember during COVID, I had voted against COLAs altogether because of the timing. It just didn't, you know, felt like something that we shouldn't be doing for even our people when it was not happening for people out in the general public that were being put out of work. In this case, I think the councilman's proposal is a good hybrid. And it may mean that for the time being, at least until next year, you know, that some members of staff will not see the increase. But I think that for the year that we find ourselves in, forget the message, even though it does send the right message, it just, to me, might be a good thing to do. You know, at least that's where I'm from. But I just want to make it very clear that I disagree with the characterization that it means that we're devaluing those particular staffers. And as you know, I have fought tooth and nail to make sure that those staffers and those that don't make as much, that handle, let's call it the grunt work, are protected from abuse by other staff, by some members of the public that get aggressive with them or abuse their time. So, you know, I think I've sent a pretty clear signal that I value their contributions all across the board, all of them. But I just think that for this year, this might just be the best compromise that we can reach right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to put on the record that this year, with the extensive cuts that we're going to have to make, we're going to come back here a year from now. And mark my words, I'm glad that this is videotaped because we're going to be able to go right back to the tape. We will be in the same position or worse 12 months from now. We will not be in a better position. Financially, there's nothing, we had as it was stated earlier, that we have been trying to make up, I think, Mayor, you're the one who stated, we have been trying to make up for some of the revenue decreases, some of the mistakes in budgeting, which was balancing budgets with one-time revenues. We've done that, we did that for the last 2 fiscal years, and that's why we find ourselves in this position. And if we don't solve the problem this year, we're going to be 12 months from now in the same position.
I don't disagree with you. I think I made that pretty apparent that I think we're reaching a breaking point, you know, whether people want to acknowledge it or not. But at the same, and I wouldn't be considering any increase if I wasn't convinced that we were there. But again, for the time being, in terms of this particular issue of the COLA, we have to make a decision. And at least I'm willing to back Councilman Herzberg's proposal. But
if I may, Mayor, go ahead.
Oh, well, if you don't mind, since our colleague here wanted to go jump in first, we'll go to him and then we'll go to you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager and to the staff, I too not only worked as an elected official, but also in a town as a director, and through some tough times. I had a brand new family, and I wasn't able. My salary never went up because the town was going through a lot of tough times. I just want you guys to know. I know a lot of you live here, so you're public servants first. Your family member, but you also have your families. So what I'm asking you to do is just, you sacrifice all the time. I think this year we need a little bit of a sacrifice from everybody. And I know I may lose your vote because some of you live here, but I don't mean it in a way, I know you guys work hard. So what we're proposing is cuts across the board, not targeting too much, but I just, those of you who are fortunate enough to be the 10%ers that make over 100,000 in this country, have a little more leeway than those that make less. And that's why I think the focus is on that and not everybody. We're trying to be as fair as possible, and no, not everybody's going to be happy. But I understand what you're saying, but it does not demean or diminish what we feel, the hard work you do and the respect, because I did that too. I was in the trenches as well. And I had to make sacrifices as a director of a department as well because of the tough times happening. So again, it's the right thing to do. I know you don't see it right now because it affects your pocketbook. And if I lose your vote, I understand, but I have to do what I feel is right. So I will be supporting Mr. Herzberg's motion. Thank you.
Councilman Herzberg.
Brief so we can get moving. I was on the fence of just cutting COLA altogether, but I didn't think that would be fair for all the staff. So I think this is a good middle ground. It's some cuts. It's a start. I'm not against looking at the carry forward and giving those staff that we didn't get COLA, giving them COLA later. But for this budget right now, there has to be a limit. That's I don't like doing it. I don't. But it's hard to tell the residents we're potentially raising taxes and giving higher income earners a raise too. That's I can't do that.
You have anything to say?
Yeah.
Okay, the Vice Mayor and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Yeah, so I'll just very quickly say it that Steve just hit it, sorry, Councilman Herzberg, just hit it right on the head. I was actually between a full cut and this reasonable alternative. What you're proposing, Mr. Manager, is it's not that it's unfeasible, it's that it puts the town into a rough position. I think it was Ms. Lucis at the last budget workshop that said everyone else is tightening their belts, so we should too. And that includes us up here as well as our staff. And this is, I think, a reasonable way of not affecting those who are most impacted by inflation, those who are below 100,000, while still netting some savings for our residents. Once we are we going to be voting on these item by item? Yeah. Okay. So then once this is over, I'll have a point of inquiry.
Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, then Councilman Sanchez.
I getting ready to surrender my cell phone. I know it's not going to be much, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of my colleagues, but I'm going to speak on myself. I'm willing to take a pay cut of my salary if it need be. So, I'm very serious. So I know that I'm not speaking on behalf of my colleagues because we make peanuts. So again, if you need, and I've made that offer to our town manager. If he wants to take a pay cut, I'll take a pay cut. So whoever needs to take a pay cut. But anyways, I'm willing to take a pay cut. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez and Councilman Fernandez, did you want to go or no? Yeah. Okay, so then after Councilman Sanchez.
So, Mr. Manager, earlier this year, there was an item brought to us to do a compensation study, okay? We shot it down. I think that the sum was $23,000 or $24,000 for the compensation study. But Vice Mayor Morera brought up, and it was unanimously approved, of an internal compensation study to be done. That was maybe 4 or 5 months ago. That'll show us where in the levels our staff is in comparison to other municipalities of our same size. Has that begun? Are we anywhere in the process of that compensation study?
A compensation study is an in-depth, labor-intensive process.
I understand.
Right. So every single person, every single one of our staff members have a regular day job.
Yes.
To add this to any one of their plates would mean that something else is not going to get done.
Maybe not taking every other Friday off over the summer months?
Well, they don't. They make that time up. Don't characterize that summer Friday opportunity as taking extra time off. They work 9 hours a day. They work 81 hours instead of 80 over a 2-week period to make up for that time.
Okay.
And it's a benefit, especially for times like this.
Okay.
When they are not being given a pay increase, a simple 3% COLA to match inflation.
Okay.
Those are the kind of benefits that I have to create to be able to give them something when we tell them, well, you're not going to get any pay raise this year.
But if we already asked, even if it's one compensation study a day, one a week, is the process even begun? Is that ball rolling yet to see the proof that our staff is underpaid and pay them in a fair manner?
Okay, so let me just intervene here to be clear, guys. We need to have this discussion, but let's make sure that we be careful how we characterize it and whatnot, because at least it took me a while to understand when it was first implemented how Summer Fridays works, but they do make up the difference, and I've seen it with, for example, my assistant. Okay. They stayed later. JV's even stayed beyond when he needed to be here. So again, that's just a little additional benefit that he gives him, but there's always someone here at Town Hall. Okay. But with that, please continue. The manager, I believe, was responding, but I just wanted to encourage both of you to keep the conversation civil and also be mindful of the fact that we're just starting. So, yeah.
No, but can we have that so that we can come back to the staff and tell them we understand that you're underpaid, you understand that we need to do increases, but we need the proof in order to do that?
We proposed that, right? By having an outside entity come and do a compensation study for us that would survey similar type governments in our market, right? South Florida, Dade, Broward, maybe Palm Beach, and be able to tell us that for this kind of a position, and then on top of that, every position is not transferable between governments, because we may have a position that other governments don't have, and so it's not as easy as saying, well, an accountant. Every government has an accountant, but it may not transfer for every position. So it's not as easy as it sounds on the surface, right? So what I do know, right, is that they have been paid 15% less than the CPI over the last decade, and that we lose people, significant numbers of people over time, and trust me, because I have to have them sit in front of me in my desk, right? Because I speak to every single one that resigns. 99.9% of them, it's because of compensation. They're getting a better deal somewhere else. Okay. And listen, sometimes I can convince them, hey, you live down the street, you live right here. But ultimately, just like every single resident, every single one of our staff members has to pay their power bill, has to pay their mortgage. They're not a bunch of fat cats that are sitting there collecting a free ride. Right. They have the same pressures, the same exact pressures that our town residents have. In fact, these proposals that we have made, I'm doing it to, probably a third or a half of our staff, right? Because they are town residents. I'm doing it to myself. Right? I'm doing it to myself. I've lived in this town for 33 years. So all of these proposals is not because I want to just throw money away, right? It is my money. Right. Just like somebody said, it is my money. A little slice of this is my money. Right. Just like yours, just like the Raul's, just like every single person on this dais, right? So I don't do it lightly. Right. I do it because I'm trying to make up. I got to be the bad guy, the deliverer of bad news. Right. And the reality is.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion to call the question?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to call the question. It's been seconded. On the motion to call the question, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. It was moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Wait. Oh, it was the other way around?
Vice
Sorry, it
Mayor
was Councilman
Morera, I'm so
Herzberg.
sorry. Seconded by, I just want
It
to,
was moved by Councilmember Herzberg and
Seconded by the
me.
Vice Mayor. What's
I
your
just want to
point of
make
order?
a point of order is you have to vote first, and it has to be
Yes.
passed by a majority, a
Yes.
supermajority, 2/3.
And then we go
call
to the
question,
proceed
then you
to
go the
vote.
question.
Yes.
And to be clear, we are only voting on Councilman Herzberg's amendment.
Yes, no. Right now,
we're
we're
calling
voting
the
on
question.
calling the question, then we have to proceed to vote on that. That was the point. I got it,
Yeah,
Lorenzo.
yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
supposed to, and also, this is, you're talking about the budget, so it's on his item with regards to the
I'm
budget.
aware.
Yeah.
Thank you. Call the roll.
okay. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
In calling the question, yes.
Yes. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
And Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Yes, the motion to call the question passes.
Excellent. Now, please call the roll on the previous question, which
Yes.
was Councilman Herzberg's amendment to the budget, which can you restate it just one more time
Yes.
so everybody's clear?
It's a COLA for only those that make $100,000, but if the COLA reaches $100,000, it caps you. So if you make $99,000, you're going to make $100,000.
Got it. Understood. All right. Call the roll.
Yes.
Pardon me.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
And Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The amendment passes the motion.
And
Through the mayor.
I got one more.
You got one more?
I got one more across the board.
I was going to say, I'm like, I hope you have more than just one more.
Oh, no, I have more, but I'll let go of the reins. Don't worry. I know you have plenty.
All right,
If I can,
Councilman
Mr.
Herzberg,
Mayor. Thank you,
continue.
Mayor. So last meeting, Councilman Sanchez brought up a line item regarding health insurance stipend. It's a stipend that's given in a monthly pay if you don't take the health insurance that the town requires. The manager did some digging, and so did I, regarding what other municipalities do offer. Some municipalities in the county do offer this, but looking at the numbers, we are on the extreme high end, if not the highest end, of that stipend. So I don't want to get rid of the stipend. I don't believe that's fair, especially given that employees now are deciding whether or not to take health insurance, and there is a cost savings in giving them some sort of stipend because they don't go on the town's health insurance. But I do believe, given what I've seen in other municipalities, there's room to lower that slightly. Based off the numbers that the manager gave me and my own numbers, and getting rid of the highest and the lowest, which the highest would be ours and the lowest would be Miami-Dade School District, the average is $430. So right now we're giving $746. That's monthly. So I'd make a move to give $430 monthly in the stipend instead of $746.
I'll second that.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, in discussion.
How much are we saving there?
Right now, it's 746 times, I mean, I think the manager, someone should have the total numbers of what the stipends cost per year. Again, and the reason I'm doing this right now, there's no way I would get rid of it. It doesn't make sense to get rid of it completely, right? But looking at other municipalities, we are in an absolute high end, period. Broward School District does $750 a year. Miami-Dade School District $100 a month. Bal Harbor $335 a month. Dania Beach $430 a month. I just want to make us give a decent. It's basically a little pay increase. Let them have it, but make savings. Every penny counts. That's the way I see it.
Just so that I understand, do we know how many people are on the health insurance allowance or health insurance?
I think it's 12.
Stipend?
Mr. Manager?
12.
12 total. Do we know of those, how many, because they, in order to participate in this program, they need to show you proof of a valid qualifying insurance.
That they
right?
have insurance through some
Okay.
other source, whether it be Medicare, a spouse, or.
Yeah, do we know how many of those are insured through their spouse? I don't even know if that's like not HIPAA.
I would say either a spouse, a parent. We have some young folks that they're still under their parents' plan. Spouse, a parent, or we have a couple that may be on Medicare.
Okay, I'm going to support the item because honestly, the reasoning is there. in terms of, I don't think it's right to completely slash it, but the reasoning is there in terms of we're way above what other municipalities are doing. I mean, when I first saw this item, I was personally in favor of completely slashing it. I have been explaining the reasons why not to. So yeah, I'll support the amendment.
Yeah. Can I just highlight one?
Yeah, I was going to ask you something.
One
so
factor
go ahead.
before the decision's made. Single coverage, the premium we pay to our health plan carrier is just a hair over $1,000. So $1,013, if I remember correctly. So as either this gets eliminated or diminished, there may be some that elect to, instead of collecting any stipend, just say, put me down for single coverage, even if they have coverage through a spouse, military, Medicare, or whatever. That means that we'll be paying $1,013 for each of them instead of the 700 and something. And the benefit to the employee will be the coordination of benefits between the town's plan and whatever coverage they have through somebody else. So I don't know. I don't know what the dynamics are. I don't know what people's personal decision will be, but there may be some that will opt for not taking the stipend and then just getting single coverage, which they're entitled to, and we would then end up paying $1,000 instead of the $746. So it's just something, a factor to consider.
Yeah, I understand, and I was doing the math on that as well. It would need to be a decent portion of them would need to say no to the stipend, and the stipend is still $5,000 a year bonus, basically. So we're not cutting it. I don't believe in cutting it. I was shocked when I first saw it. Digging, other municipalities and governments do give it. We just are the highest. There's no reason for us to be the absolute highest of this stipend. It doesn't make sense. I think if someone came to me and said, make $5,000 more or have double health insurance, I'm still going to take the $5,000. It's a risk I'm willing to take, and we can see what happens. But again, it doesn't make sense to get rid of it because there is a benefit in keeping it.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, before we go there, again, what was the total that we were saving again if we adopted this change?
So if it's 12 employees right now, it's $746 a month. So instead, I put $430. So we got to do the math right there. I mean, it's not a huge savings, but it's savings.
Gotcha. Madam Budget Director, who lives in Miami Lakes, by the way.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just want to state for the record that what is budgeted for health insurance, it is budgeted out what the person would if they were elected into it. So even though there might be a savings, budgetarily, you're not going to see a savings because I have to account for every person if they decided to elect into the plan.
Okay,
So
the
in the
savings would be
actuals,
then in the future.
actuals in the future, you would see a savings, but budgetarily, I have to account that they would be at least a single person in the insurance program.
So the budget has every single person
Yes,
taking insurance.
Yes.
Because it's still open enrollment.
yes.
Because
that
we
is
don't know
correct.
who's going to opt in, who's going to opt out.
Understood.
So I just want to make that clear for the record.
Through the mayor.
Before we go to you, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, Councilman Sanchez had his hand up.
Okay.
Just
Mr.
gotta-
The 12 individuals that have the allowance, Mr. Manager, you're one of them, correct? Okay. But remember.
No, my benefits are stipulated in my
But
employment
you're one
agreement.
of the 12, so it's actually 11 that would be.
No, my
saving.
employment agreement has different parameters.
So you're not within the 12?
No.
Oh, okay. But just a reminder, because of his contract, everything that we do, COLA-related, allowance-related, does not affect the manager.
No, the COLA-related does.
No.
Okay, so Councilman Cuadra Garcia, right? Or do you have anything else? Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question for the manager. Are employees that are part-timers, are they receiving a full benefit of insurance package?
No, sir.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just, I suspect that at least some of the 12 that are receiving the stipend are people that are over $100,000 a year. So not only will they not be getting an increase in their pay, now they're actually getting a pay reduction.
Yeah, okay, I see your point. Hey, I've heard both sides. For myself, on this one, I'm going to have to be a no. I just think that the numbers are there as far as the savings we generate by giving them this versus not. And I think I would rather be more conservative in terms of what the impact of this will be to a smaller. Go ahead.
I mean, if it's not going to benefit today, I'll pull it and I'll bring it up as a new business item. If we're not going to benefit today, then we just heard it won't benefit the budget.
Let's take the vote, I mean, it's your call, whatever you prefer.
I mean, there's no benefit to the budget today, correct? We can't use this.
Okay, yeah. So if you would you rather than address it?
I'd rather address it at a new business item.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your motion at this time?
Yes.
Well, sorry, I forgot, where is he? Lorenzo had mentioned that once it's been moved and seconded, it belongs to the body. So how about a motion to table then?
I'll move the table.
All right. I'll second it. So moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, one no, I believe, right? Or, yeah, one no from Councilman Garcia. The rest were ayes. Any other motions, Councilman Herzberg, or are you going to give the floor to your colleague here?
I'll give the floor and I'll take it back later.
All right, don't keep us here all night.
Okay, I'm going to start with a point of inquiry. What do you want the structure tonight to be? We're going to be here for a while, and I guess I just want to know how you want to do this. If it's going to be bouncing back and forth, do you want to do?
I think the way that we did it last time, where we went by department, was great. But if we have an easy one, like for example, if anyone wants to make a motion on on those items that we had consensus on at the last meeting, I think we can move a lot of those real quick.
I'll move it.
Whoa,
All right, so it's been moved by
I'll
Councilman
second.
Garcia. It's seconded by yes. Seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Any discussion
Mayor?
on that motion? This is just approving those that had unanimous consensus at the
One of the
last,
things was the educational thing. The the travel and per diem
for
and
who?
education.
For us or for you guys?
Well, for both.
Okay.
But for the staff, we were asked to bring back like a spreadsheet, and we provided that to all of you, that shows every single requested travel with the reason and the component, whether CEO.
This is pertinent.
CEUs.
This is germane. I'm sorry to cut you off, but this is germane to the motion. So why don't you take the time now to go ahead and present those findings, and then if anything, we can do an amendment to the main motion to go ahead and strip that out. Sorry, I know procedural jargon, but okay. We have the motion right now to approve those that there was unanimous consensus on at the last workshop.
Yeah.
Right? Now, what the manager is bringing up, though, is that, however, one of those items includes education and training, that we were open to getting a report back regarding essential or required education and travel. So while we're on this motion that includes that line item, why don't you guys present then your findings? Make sense?
We presented that to each of you.
Okay.
It's an extensive
Oh,
spreadsheet.
got it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we sent that to you either yesterday or today via email. I think it was yesterday. And there's a breakdown department by department for both the training and education line, and then the travel and per diem is combined into one. And it's shows the job title of the employee and the purpose and the requested
expense.
Yeah.
So why don't I ask on this then? Does anybody want to amend the motion then to omit specific types of travel based on the manager's report?
I would move for that.
Well, no, but you got to get more specific. You got to tell us like how much you want to leave in for travel, or if you're just gonna vote to keep it all in.
Vote to keep it all in.
Okay.
Just the travel for the manager and the deputy manager.
Wait,
Yeah.
so to keep the travel for them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's others, like the CFO has an annual workshop or conference that she goes to. There's others for CEUs in the Parks and Recreation, CEUs that are in
Again,
public
I'm just
works.
trying to be as expedient as possible
No, I
for all of
understand.
us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to make an amendment, stripping out the staff, the town administration, education, and travel line items, and then we'll come back to those later. But to strip those out, and that way we can move on to the other ones. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion's amendment. Now on the main motion as amended. Does anybody have any additional discussion?
What was
Again,
the main
this is
motion?
just approving the items that all seven of us indicated there was consensus for cutting at the last
Wait,
workshop.
but hang on. I want to be clear here.
Mm-hmm.
So The main motion was to approve this entire thing.
Yeah.
Yours
Was to
doesn't
omit
approve this
that one.
entire thing.
It omits the education and travel line items for town administration, because clearly that we're going to be having a little bit of a back and forth there.
So if I vote yes on this, am I approving the administration's expense?
No.
No?
No, you're just
This
voting
kinda
on the
sounds
remaining cuts.
Okay, so the last one was just to not include everything.
Correct.
This one is, the main motion
The
is.
last one was to exclude
Got it.
town administration, education, and travel.
So-
Everything else, we're still voting on to cut.
Got it.
So
Okay.
you have a list here that totals
Yeah, no, no, yeah.
192,000. This just removes 28,000 from that 192.
Yes. Okay, and then we'll come back and revisit that at a later time, but we're trying to get the easy cuts out of the way first. All right, so with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Mayor, real quick, I won't take but seconds.
Yeah.
And clarify me if I'm wrong. Last time we spoke that we were going to remove all travel expenses unless they were needed. If they were needed, they would come back in front of this.
Councilman, and we're still going to have a chance to do that. Right now, we're voting on the other cuts. That's why I omitted that one, because there's some debate here amongst our colleagues on that particular item, so it's going to take more time. So all I'm trying to get through is all those other cuts that we have agreement for, just knock those out of the way, yeah, and that already locks in some of the savings. So what is your vote? Aye or no? Aye? Okay. Please record them as an aye. Yes.
Through the chair.
1 second, just to be clear, Madam Clerk, you have everybody's vote recorded then? Okay, excellent. All right. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All righty, thank you, Mayor. I don't really know how we're going to do this today. I am taking something that's out of order because I think it's important from the outset to take care of this issue. Down in the Transportation Improvements Fund, and you guys will all recall that from the beginning of this budget cycle, I have, and many of us have, been asking for information, we've been saying, over-inform us. We'd rather have too much information than too little information. Going through this budget, there's things on these PDFs that are omitted, that the PDF version omits things that are in the full budget, which is a Excel spreadsheet. The problem is that for the sake of space, items that have zeros across the board, meaning under the column for 23-24 actuals, 24-25 adopted, amended, year-end projection, and then the proposed budget amount, whenever that was all zero, that item would be completely omitted from the PDF version, it makes sense. The problem with that is it eliminates a little bit of historical information for us, because when you have the Excel sheet that does include those items, you see a lot of old programs that existed and a lot of old line items. So with that, I'll bring up an item that you're not going to see on this PDF budget, and that's account number 301-4134-549350. And I know that was Chinese to everyone, but I'm saying it so that the camera hears it and you guys can later on bring it up, and so that
What
the
department
budget
is that?
director.
What department or fund is that?
This is the Transportation Improvements Fund under expenses. And so this is an item that is titled under expenses, transportation 5% admin. This is an item that has been zeroed out from 23-24 through the present. But it is my understanding that we have the right to charge an administrative overhead fee against these capital improvement funds, these special revenue funds, and we basically elected not to do it. This fund is a $15.8 million fund. 5% of 15.8 comes out, and someone please check my math, it's around $792,000. $793,000, pretty close to it. That's a gigantic chunk of revenue to our general fund that we're not sending over to the general fund, and on which we are relying on our taxpayers rather than on rightfully being reimbursed. Because when you look at these projects that are mentioned in this capital improvement funds, I feel like half the time I talk to a member of our staff, they're working on one of these projects. So it makes complete sense to me to charge that 5%. And I don't know the reason why it stopped getting charged, but I will be moving, or I will move at this point, to reallocate $792,983 to the transportation 5% admin fund and reduce the streetlight improvements line item from $289,820 to 0, and to reduce the 59th Avenue roadway extension line item to $10,196,135.
Madam Budget, well, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
I need to allow an opportunity for there to be a second.
I'll
Is there a
second. I'll second.
Okay. I heard it first from Councilman Herzberg, so we'll give him the second. Before we proceed with discussion,
Yeah, I'd like to hear from
Madam Budget Director.
If I may, so we do charge the 5%. It is in the transportation fund in Fund 101. The 301 fund you are looking at is the capital fund. What we do is we transfer PTP funds from 101 into the capital fund. So if we charged a 5% in 101 and a 5% in 301, we would be charging really 10%, because the amount that we charge in 101 is part of the amount that gets also transferred into the capital fund.
And Melissa, it's only on this year's revenues, right?
It's in the revenue, it's in the expense portion in 101 under transit and transportation, and that is a cost reimbursement to the general fund.
Where's the line item, I'm sorry?
It's in Fund 101 under special revenues.
Okay, that's the PTP fund.
That's PTP.
Okay, I did see, is it about 79,000-ish?
So, I don't know it off the top of my head because I don't have my.
If you want
books
to
in
bring
front
your
of me.
laptop over, feel free.
But what I can tell you is that we are charging it. It comes out of the PTP fund, and then whatever we utilize to fund our capital projects from PTP, it gets transferred into capital.
Okay, can I then say not charge it under the PTP and instead charge it under the $15 million fund? I'd rather charge 5% of 15 mil than 5%
Well,
of
it's
a
per
much
Miami.
smaller
It's
fund.
per Miami-Dade County ordinance that we do charge the 5% from the PTP funds.
Okay, but we can take whatever number we're limited to on the PTP for the one that I'm proposing, the 301 account, and then the rest can come from cutting some of these other items.
The capital fund, that is funds that we use from other funds to fund the capital fund.
Exactly.
Okay, so the 10 or 15 million that you were talking about, that already has 5% from prior years that have been transferred to the general fund.
So it's already been charged.
It's
the
already been
5%.
charged from the prior years.
Before
There's never,
moving into the
if you
capital.
look at that 301 history of that 5%, there's no actuals or anything in that account, at least for the 7 years I've been here.
Well,
So-
that's my point. Why is it there then? At some point or another, we charge that fee, because otherwise it wouldn't be there.
It was probably done erroneously. I would have to do research on that from before my time.
Of course.
Madam Finance Director.
Good evening, Kay Grant, Finance Director. The Special Revenue Fund, CITT funds is considered special revenue. No. So back in 2014-13, it was in the capital fund. To get in line with our accounting procedures, it's a special revenue fund, so we move all of that, and now the PTP funds are now in Fund 101. With that, once we receive the funds, 5% is charged for administrative costs, and it goes into our general fund as a cost reimbursement to administrative costs, as I said. But the actual construction of the project, we then transfer that money out of the special revenue into the capital, and that's where the money sits. So off the very top, as soon as we receive that revenue, we take off that 5% and put it towards the general fund every single month.
Yeah, once it goes into the capital fund, it's no longer PTP money, now it's capital. And it's dedicated to a project.
Kind of, sort of.
But we only get charged the 5% on that current year's revenues.
And then to address the streetlight project that you mentioned, those are funds that are being carried over. It's a project balance of other prior councils that have approved those funds for projects to be done. One of them is, I believe it's Cowpen Lane, but our Public Works Director could give you more detail.
Yeah,
on
here's
that.
the Public Works Director. Let him explain where those funds.
I understand the project before Director Santos comes up. I understand that projects are there, but they were approved by this council and they can also be removed by this council, correct?
Oh, we're talking about the project?
Yeah, if I'll use the Cowpen project as an example, that one was in agreement with Miami-Dade County, and the reason for that, the money that we're committing, or the past council committed, was the county is proposing to install a new traffic signal there with new street lighting. Those street lighting that the county will propose are standard silver, non-decorative lighting. The town wanted to have decorative lighting to match the aesthetic of that area. If we pull this money, the county will proceed with the project, but with the non-decorative lighting in that location, which will not match, the intersection will not match the aesthetic of the town, but that's up to
And
this council to
the
decide.
price of that decorative lighting was 140, if I'm not mistaken. And then we were committing 70,000, and Commissioner Rene Garcia's office covered the other 70,000. Is that the project that?
Roughly, yeah.
Yes, more or less.
And that was a rough estimate from the county back then. That was about a year ago. They're still in the design phase, so we're waiting for updates from them.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, can you run through your proposal again one more time?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I move to allocate $792,983 to a line item titled Transportation 5% Admin, which, for purposes of the record, it is account number 3014134-549350. Along with that, there would be a reduction in order to balance of reducing the streetlight improvements line item from 289,820 to 0, and reducing the line item for 59th Avenue roadway extension from $10,699,298 to down to $10,196,135. That's the full
So
motion.
just to summarize, you're trying to move, excuse me, you're trying to move more money from special revenue into the general fund through the admin fee.
Yeah, so it's not even, I don't even think that's a correct way
Okay.
of putting it. I am trying to reimburse our general fund.
But we
because-
already do that.
Yeah.
But
We
hang on.
already do that in the PTP funds.
Let me get there.
Yeah. So
I
see-
think
see
that
the verbiage. Yeah.
the verbiage is important because most of the time, when I show up to town hall, Director Santos is working on one of these projects that's in this, or Anali is working on one of these projects. I absolutely think we have every single bit of right to charge a 5% administrative fee on the revenues of $15.8 million.
Yeah, that money has already been taxed or charged that 5%. Because because that is an accumulation of multiple fiscal years.
Well, it was
When
harder.
it's been put into the capital fund in small bits over several fiscal years.
And that makes sense, but 10 years ago, 5 years ago, when it was a smaller fund, and it was taxed at a lower amount because it was a lower fund, then it was right for it to be a lower administrative fee. But I have Director Santos managing a $15.8 million fund. So to me, it makes sense for us to charge an overhead based on 15.8.
We have CITT guidelines. We get audited by the Citizens Independent.
And that's why I'm not taking the money from the PTP. I'm taking it from other projects.
But then that money, if it went into the project from CITT, it has to go back to CITT that has strings attached. It can't go
What
like
I
a
would be happy to
diverted.
do, what I would be happy to do is to modify my motion, if it's okay with you guys, which, and I'm not making the modification at this time, I'm just saying what I can do if you guys, if it makes sense, is simply say that I want to allocate 5% of the transportation improvement funds to this 5% admin fee, and then you guys figure out where it comes from.
If I may, sir, can I show you exactly how it's done? It's already being done in the budget. It's already here in the budget. Would you?
Well, before you go into that, the Public Works Director wanted to make a comment.
And if I may, and then correct me if this is incorrect, but when it comes to the capital improvements project funds, I'll talk for 59, for example, since it's being discussed. Once the money is in there, it's not because it's sitting there, it's based on estimates and projections of costs. A lot of this money may already be spoken for, or it's not coming from PTP, and maybe a grant that we're working on be reimbursed. If we reduce this funding, we may be at default of not being able to proceed with the project because we don't have the funding on the year we need it, or default on payments that we have already committed to.
Yeah, and I hear that. However, when I look at this, I'm not entirely certain that it's the case with every single one of the projects. It appears to me that some of these projects are definitely spoken for, that it specifies that it's grant money and that how much needs to be used. But I do believe we do see, one second.
While you look at a lot of the PTP funding, or if we have gas tax in those CAPs, it's a lot of it is the town match portion for the grant that we apply for.
How are we allowed under the PTP to have a budget carry forward of 4.5 million in that fund?
In which one, 301?
Yeah.
It goes in what Mr. Santos was saying. Part of that is we allocate funds based on what grants we get, what matching funds we use from PTP for that project. So we have projects that span over 5 years. So as a year goes by, all the funds are not spent in 1 year, they get carried over.
Correct, but they're still here though. Like 59th Avenue technically still hasn't happened, right? But it's here because we've been saving up to it along the way. Why is there an item for $4 million that's just budget carry forward? And then in the budget comments, it says projected fund balance carry forward.
That $4 million goes into all of those different projects.
How? It's an expense.
The carry forward is a revenue.
Sorry. Spreadsheet does get hard to navigate. So that is the amount that goes into the expenses.
So let's say we have a project that's $10,000, but we only spent $5,000. I'm going to carry the other $5,000 into the next fiscal year to that same line item to make that $10,000 because that is what the project cost is. It may have not been completed in this year, but the additional $5,000 will allow it to be completed in the next year.
Madam Finance Director, I believe you also wanted to exemplify this.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if you have you're under PTP right now, am I correct? If you look at People's Transportation Plan, PTP 80%, you will see that we've budgeted a revenue of $1.492 million. Are you?
He's navigating there.
Okay, which one, PTP 20 or 80?
PTP 80.
Got it.
We're getting in $1.492 million. If you scroll down to that line item that says $74,606.
That's the 5%.
That's the 5% of the revenue.
Sorry, you lost me. You said something about 1.054, right?
That's in the revenue.
That's in the expenses of PTP 80.
In PTP 80, in the revenue
The
line item
revenue
of the
is
amount that she said.
$1.492119 million.
Got it, okay.
Okay, if you scroll down a little bit to account number 105495350, if you scroll down to that account number, you will see $74,606.
Hold on.
74,606.
You gotta tell me what fund we're in.
101.
Oh, I heard 105.
101.
Okay, 101 what?
101 4114.
It's the third one in the section.
Dash 335 185.
Or the fourth one in the section.
Okay, hang on. Are you in 20 or 80 now? 80. So you're still in 80?
It applies the same. It applies the same
Yes,
for both.
PTP
but
80.
Okay, so I see the transfer out CPF transportation. I see that item. Which is the other one you're trying to direct me to?
Under the expense side, there's one that says like 74,000.
$74,606.
Yes, the 5%.
That's the 5% of the amount on the top.
Yeah, it's 5% of the
So that's
PTP.
the amount that we're
That
cost
goes
reimbursing
to the general fund for
Okay.
cost reimbursement.
My question remains the same. Why am I allowed to charge it here and then not allowed to charge it over there?
Because
Well,
it's already been charged.
It's already been charged, all of it. The total amount that we received, it's all, if you do that here and then you transfer that over there, you're doing it twice.
Okay, take it out of non-PTP funds.
Okay, we took it out of the PTP, the 74,606. Now, if you go to the general fund,
And under administration, there's a
you
bunch.
will see that 74,606 going into the
I've
general
seen
fund.
the administrative transfers. I'm just asking, what stops us from charging 5% in the PTP and also in the Transportation Improvements Fund?
So the reason that we charge 5% is based on Miami-Dade County ordinance, and it is 5%. If I do that in PTP for the total amount we receive and then transfer some out and do that to that same amount, I'm charging more than 5%.
But we're
Because
not-
I've already charged the 5% to the whole amount we've received from PTP.
Sure, but if we take the 5%, the 800,000, if we take it out of projects that are not PTP funded, would then we not be double dipping? That's the problem here, right? That we're double dipping.
We're not double dipping. What you are.
Sorry, what I'm saying
What
would
you're
double dip.
what you're proposing, we would
Correct.
be.
So what I'm saying is if that's the issue, wouldn't it be the case that if we simply take the funds out of projects that are not funded out of PTP, we would not be double dipping?
It depends which project and where the money came from for that project. Most of those projects
All
are
right,
funded.
it depends. That's a lot better than what I heard
So
before.
if you look at the budget comments, for example, on the 59th Avenue,
Here's what I'm gonna do. I want us to move forward. I'm gonna move to table, but let's get some more information. I have a lot of other items, but at this time, I'll move to table this for a little while later and bring it back. But I don't want to completely stall out our discussions.
Vice Mayor, let me make one last
Sure.
thing and I'll leave it alone. In the capital fund, all of the capital projects that are funded, I believe there's none left that have general fund money that went in to fund it. We used to have MLOP and we used to have, MLOP, you guys just restored $499. So you have $500,000 in MLOP. We also had money that was in senior center. And now all of that money is no longer general fund money. So the only money available within any of the projects in the capital fund that has general fund money is the $500,000 that you guys allocated in the mid-year budget amendment to MLOP.
So I'll just renew my motion to table.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Perfect.
All right,
Okay.
I have a big one here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and this one I feel, if I get pushback on this, then I've just failed the day. All right, PTP 20. There's already an existing line item similar to before that's zeroed out for transfers out general fund. What I've done here is I've allocated $120,832 to that fund, to that account, And in the budget comments, I specify what I want that to pay for. And specifically, I want to fund repair and maintenance. These things are all from the general fund. Repair and maintenance street lights, $80,000. Repair and maintenance vehicles, $5,000. Light pole, $2,000. Furniture and equipment, non-capital, $2,000. And this is the only one that's a little debatable. School crossing guards, $31,834. And I, by the way, I am taking that money from other things within the PTP fund. That's how I'm paying for this. I'll get to that later, but for now, I'd like to make that.
Is there a second on
I'll
that in the
second.
meantime? Okay, Councilman Herzberg, but I'm pretty sure staff is going to have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll wait for staff, but the one that you said debatable, school crossing guards, where do you think we're allowed to use that from that fund?
Yeah, sure. And by the way, I was using this before the manager sent it to us. I found it on Google. Let me find it. Good question. If you want, you can have staff go answering, and I'll get it for you.
Oh, I mean,
So-
the only question.
There's
yeah,
something in there
if
that
we
says
can
that
do
it's a
it.
case-by-case basis.
Okay.
I gotta find it.
No, I'm going to take the risk.
So generically, Madam Budget Director, with, as I understand it, he wanted to use some PTP money for some of those items. What can be used for, for, or from that fund? Because my understanding was that unless the lighting project, for example, was tied to some road improvement or something like that, in some tangential way related to a roadway project for PTP 80, that we couldn't do that. And PTP 20 was for micromobility solutions.
Yeah, can I just read something into
Sure.
the record? This is from the CITT municipal guidelines. When they define what the PTP 20 can be used for, it has to be used for transit, and that's a minimum. You have to fund no less than 20. You can fund 25% or 30%, but no less than 20%. And a transit project definition is, a transit project is defined as bus service, rail service, related amenities, bus pull-out bays, bus shelters, bus benches, bus stops. All expenses associated with the operation and maintenance of a transit project, like Freebie, that's where we fund this from, are eligible. Additionally, consultant services for transit planning, as well as other related transit administrative expenses, are also eligible. So it's
Yeah,
real,
first mile, last mile type stuff.
Yes, it's real. It's defined, and it's very limited what you can use that money for.
And that's PTP 20. On the 80, though, like, again, that has to be related for roadway projects and tangential items, right? Like
Correct.
drainage as as part of a roadway project
Correct.
would be acceptable, along with lights, things of that nature?
Yeah, transportation, the 80, can be anything related to the maintenance and enhancements of roadways, such as milling and resurfacing, repairing potholes, trimming trees, blocking right-of-ways, any public works type projects related to transportation but not qualified for transit may be eligible here.
So, and I know I'm kind of stepping on some toes here, but with respect to that project that was brought up in social media that I texted you about earlier, the trail, the one, I think it was 139 trail, that project, out of curiosity, how is that getting funded? I know it's part of a match that we're going to be reviewing next week.
Right, we're applying for a grant,
Uh-huh.
and the town portion, the local match, is from open space, from a parks.
From the park open spaces.
Open space.
Okay. And just really quick, because obviously it's a different restricted fund, but, or special revenue, but tell me, what is included in that project?
It's a shared use path that will tie into the current shared use path that is on 60th Avenue. And it ties in along the canal bank, along the southern canal bank, and then along the eastern canal bank as part of that eventual loop that we hope then to eventually loop it back from whatever street that is that the cemetery's on, back towards 60th Avenue, and be able to have a bicycle and pedestrian loop
Got
for
it.
people to exercise on.
Okay, understood. Kicking it back to the Vice Mayor.
Page 6 of the guidelines. Steve. Police traffic management, and it's specifically under the not eligible part, but if you read right below, it says, in general, this is not likely to be an eligible expense. This matter may be discussed on a case-by-case basis. In this situation, I think it should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis because
if I
we're
may.
talking, one second, we are talking about school crossing guards, and walk to school is mobility. That's how I see it. And again,
That would be
what was the phrase you used, Mr. Attorney? Wordsmithing. Thank you. Wordsmithing is important here. We need to be smart in how we call things. We need to actually negotiate with the county and not just drop dead when they tell us to go away. And I think that we can get this. There's no reason why not.
I want to say maybe 2 years ago, when Mayor Sid was part of this council, he had the thought of having some of our police overtime be paid through CITT based on what you are reading. We wrote to CITT and asked them for their legal opinion on that because they are the ones that disperse the funds to us. I believe that the result of that was that it was not eligible. In this case, what you are requesting, we can also go ahead and do the same and request from CITT if it is in fact eligible. I don't believe that it will be, but we can make the attempt and see what they come back with.
I move to have staff immediately
I'll second.
request it and to have, I would ask the mayor to allow me some discretion in making sure that the draft of whatever that they send, that I get to review it.
Sure, yeah,
I'll
that's
second.
fine. Okay, but again, just restate one more time for the public's knowledge.
Sure.
What exactly is the action you want them? Like, what do you want them to negotiate? What do you want them to communicate?
I want the town staff to contact the CITT to request an opinion on whether the funds in the PTP 20 can be used for school crossing guards, given that they specifically improve mobility and transit.
Okay, everybody understand? Any discussion on this?
No, I'll second, just, I don't know if we had a second. so.
Yeah, I had second.
All right, yeah, I think Councilman Sanchez had seconded it earlier, but okay, with that said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? The ayes have it, the motion carries.
Point of inquiry for the staff.
Sure.
What's the turnaround time on a opinion request?
It's the county.
Thought so. Okay. That being said, in PTP 80, I did not see a transfers out general fund pre-existing item the way I found it in PTP 20.
I will direct you there, sir.
Say again?
I will direct you there.
Oh, okay.
Under PTP 20, if you go to account number
No, under 80.
on the revenue, okay.
Yeah, 20 is the one that we just talked about. I'm talking, I didn't see one there under PTP 80, a transfer general fund.
So if you go to PTP 80, you can see the revenue portion, the county transportation surtax. It's the first revenue account. It's for 1.4 million. And then if you scroll down to the expense, if you go to account, oh, did I hide it? I hid it. No.
Yeah, it's called Administrative Program Expense Transportation, PTP 5%.
Yeah.
It's, on the expense side, it's the
Oh,
fourth
it-
one from the bottom.
It is 101-4114-549-350.
No,
And-
this is the 5% that I was talking about before.
Okay, but you said 80, so we went back to that. But if
Yeah,
you
no,
go-
but I'm in 80 and asking, it's a simple question. There's, the way that there is in the PTP 20, there's a pre-existing transfers out general fund line item that hasn't been used in many years. I don't see that here for PTP 80. My question is, can I create one?
It is there. That's the line she just described.
No, that's the 5% admin fee.
Yes?
I want to do exactly what I just said with PTP 20. I want to do it with PTP
But
80, meaning
so-
I want
so
PTP to direct pay things that are in the general fund.
Can you tell me exactly which account you're talking about? Can you say the account, please, sir?
One more time? It
Could
doesn't
you-
exist. I'm asking you to create it.
I think, but if I remember correctly, you said that that you already collected our admin fee on the entire amount of PTP we got.
We have it in PTP 20 and in PTP 80.
Okay, I think what he's trying to figure out is for the portion that pertains to PTP 80, he doesn't see the line item. Either that or maybe he needs to zoom in more, I don't know.
Yeah,
So the 74,000 is the line item. And then in PTP 20, the amount is,
Yeah, I'm just trying to help us get an answer
the
to
amount
his
is
question.
18.
Okay.
So
Right,
both
so-
PTP 20 and PTP 80, for the record, do get a 5% that goes into the general fund.
Absolutely.
So
Okay.
I don't think I'm understanding what you're asking,
Sure.
sir.
Let me find it. No, I went the wrong way. There we go. Okay. Let's just say a good transportation project here is road work, right? That would fall under transportation?
Road work, yes, that would fall under
As a
transportation.
matter of fact, actually, I have it here. We had, I saw somewhere where it said something about furniture. Okay, street furniture. Street furniture is allowed. This is under transportation. So my question, remember earlier when discussing PTP 20, I mentioned one of the items, $2,000 for furniture and equipment, non-capital. I took that right out of the general fund. My question is, can I create a line item under the PTP 80 whereby rather than the taxpayer paying for it out of their tax bill, it is paid for out of the PTP directly?
It would depend on the items
Yeah,
and if
what
it's
item?
eligible.
So the answer is yes, I can, as long as it's eligible.
Eligible. If it's an eligible expense, yes.
Perfect.
I,
Okay.
I just want to point out that that is also money out of our pocket since we all pay into that.
Yes, but we're paying into that no matter what, because as, who was it? Abel said, they're not getting rid of that anytime soon. So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna take a break. You guys move along. I will table my motion and come back with it a little bit more organized, based on what was just given to me.
Okay, so who else wants to take the next stab at the budget with additional cuts? Well, sure, yeah. We should still be doing that. So how about we do this? How about we stick to the special revenue funds and see who else may have any proposals there? Looking around.
I got one.
Okay, go ahead.
All righty. Under the very first one that's listed, special revenue fund, special revenues other, there's a contingency reserves item of $240,725. I would like to move that exact amount of money into transfers out general fund, which you guys do not see, but I do.
That cannot be utilized, sir.
Why?
Those $240,000, those are monies that we received for large development, and they can only be utilized for large part. They're restricted. If you go to your budget book, if you go to the guide for readers section, special revenue others, it gives an explanation of all those funds and what they're committed for.
Out of
Or
curiosity.
what they're restricted for, should I say.
So that money is restricted as part of a development agreement? Is that what I'm understanding?
So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Huh?
Well, I'm hearing it's part of a development agreement.
But it's restricted to
It's
what kind of
restricted.
projects?
So
I know
if
it's
you
restricted,
if you
but-
go to the special revenues guide for readers section, it explains it, and I'm gonna read it. It says in 2018, the Lucida development paid $199,885 for a large park in lieu of restricted for the acquisition of improvement of a large new parkland, as well as $200,000 greenway in lieu of funds, which are restricted for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure along northern portion of 77th Court. In 2021, an additional $40,840 was paid for the greenway in lieu of funds, which are restricted to pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. In 2023, $200,000 of that was transferred to the Capital Projects Fund to be utilized towards Miami Lakes Green Northwest 77 Project Court Greenway North, which is in the capital funds. You can see where the money was then allocated there in 2023. What is left there is from these, is the carryover of these funds. We haven't had any projects that needed a match a large new parkland that we could be able to utilize these funds, but they are restricted for those type of purposes.
What really irks me is the part
Is that it sits there and you can't use it at the current moment?
is the fact that the budget comment says reserved for future projects. I'm asking the taxpayer to pay more, but I literally have money stuffed away for something that isn't even earmarked. Like, there is no project. It's just reserved for future projects.
Because it's
I don't,
restricted.
it doesn't sit right with me. I have a future project right now, and I want to fund the general fund. That's my project. Like, I don't understand. Who sets that rule? Is it not the council by ordinance that makes that? On things like money coming in from the Lucida development, doesn't the council set that? Don't we get to dictate what happens with that?
Yes, but I mean, at least my understanding of, and again, I wasn't here when Lucida, I mean, I wasn't on the council when Lucida was decided, although I was around. But again, a lot of this money gets encumbered for particular projects, right? So, I mean, I guess if the idea is to identify which projects were previously approved and maybe, depending on what the rules allow, reallocate them, you know, I think that's an option. But again, a lot of this stuff was actually no, these things are all like contractually obligated, right, Lorenzo? Yeah.
That's why I'm bringing.
As part of the development order that they get from us, right, or the development approval, right, they're paying the money for a specific purpose, and it has to be for that purpose, right?
Usually, when you have a development and you have a project, you're either going to have money that are going to come in for impacts, to defray impacts of that
I'm
project.
sorry, can you speak more into the
Sure.
mic? Yeah.
You're going to have money that's going to come in to defray impacts, such as mobility fee, right? Such as park impact fee that's paid to the county. There's also, and Florida law provides for this, that you can enter into a development agreement with a developer so that they can pay into for certain impacts that their project may have.
And this was not
could
a
be for
development
park.
agreement.
Sorry?
This was not a development agreement, right? This was just part of the development order.
It's very likely, well, a development agreement is incorporated into a development order.
Correct. But what I'm trying to say is, this money, where is it being encumbered, or like, you know, what is it that's currently means that it has to be spent for what it's allocated?
I would have to look at the
Yeah,
language to see exactly what
Exactly.
what it says. But something similar that all of us experienced a little while ago was when we were talking about the Optimus Park, and we were talking about monies from
the open spaces impact fee.
Exactly. We're talking about how to use those. I mean, many times they're monies that are being given by a developer, but they're very limited in scope of what they can be used for.
Yeah, no,
Restricted.
but that's I think what the vice mayor's trying to figure out, which is, you know, we know that money is allocated right now toward a project, but we're trying to figure out which, you know, like whether or not that money is tied up by the development order or you know, some other restriction. Is I guess
If it's if it has
If I may, Mayor and Council,
Is that
here from
Susanna?
the Beyond, Susana Alonso, planner.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
These funds are allocated to meet level of service necessary to allow the development. So when we do residential projects, we are falling below our level of service for large parks as required by our comp plan. If they do not provide a fee in lieu of, in order to add square footage of large parks to our level of service, we cannot allow the development to go forward. And that's why these funds are allocated only for large park acquisition. Cannot be used in any existing large parks or for anything else.
We need, I'll be honest with you.
I love that I'm giving y'all so much to look at.
We need to get back to you. I mean,
That's
it's
fine.
something- We got to sit down as a staff and
That's
look
fine.
at it.
I'll
Yeah.
pull the item.
No, don't pull it yet. I have questions.
Oh, fine. Ask your question.
Yeah. Two things that I would like to see come back. Number one, what is it going to take to unencumber these funds?
Okay.
And number two,
It's a fair question.
If they are not unencumbered, what are the consequences of moving these funds out of this fund and into
Ooh.
the general fund?
Yeah, I mean, that would be perhaps breaching the agreement, but we'd have to take a look at it.
I think the answer is going to be multi. I think some funds you can't move, some funds, maybe, some funds, are we willing to take the slap on the wrist?
So,
I guess.
and-
I think
and-
it's a multi-pronged answer. I don't think you're going to get one single yes or no.
And going off of something that Susanna mentioned, it's a reserve for increasing level of service based on development. Luckily for all of us, I'm pretty sure everyone on this dais campaigned on not boosting development in our town. And I get it, that probably includes redevelopment. But I might remind my colleagues that we all agreed not to allow overdevelopment of our town. So I think that our levels of service are just fine for not only what we have, but also even at a redeveloped rate, what we will have. So respectfully, I think that that $240,000 is just collecting dust there. And all it is truly acting as interest income.
We can look into it, Vice Mayor.
And so with that, I will pull the item.
Well, if it was seconded, remember, we got to do a motion to table. I think Councilman Sanchez, no? So you didn't?
No? Yeah, I don't think it was.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So.
No, it wasn't seconded.
All right, next item, sir.
I've been on a hot streak, so let other people take the show.
I see Councilman Garcia's finger on the mic, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, and then Councilman Herzberg will return to you.
Thank you so much. No,
Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, please govern in the meantime.
So, again, I think we're hitting it up against the wall here, and we have a long night to go, and I don't think we're being as productive as we can be. It's nobody's fault. It's just what you just proposed, what everybody just proposed, I think, is the smart thing to do. What money can we touch from anywhere? Now, I remember I talked about the technology fund, and you were like, well, we can't do this, we can't do that. Why can't we do it? What are the repercussions of doing it? Is it that we're going against accounting practices, that we might get a finding in our next audit? Is it a law we're breaking? Is it something we need to do as change the ordinance, whatever it is? I mean, we're going individually asking the staff, can we do this? Can we do that? Why? For the past couple of weeks, we've been asking this. Why can't? Please, can you come back to us with every single thing you think we can touch to put into the general fund that's not going to be illegal, of course, that's not going to create issues with the grants, things that we can walk the line and have been done before, and you think we can defend? That's what we're looking for. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm not, personally, I'm not getting it right now from you, Mr. Manager, in that sense. And I know you're trying, and you're trying, I know you are, but we're doing this like one by one. We're looking, man, just, can you find it? Can you come back to us? Can you say, we believe you can take 10 from here, 50 from here, the technology fund? I still don't see why we can't touch the technology fund. I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission on that one. It's sitting there. It's $1 million. That would pay for our police, and it'll pay for the overtime. I'm still not convinced why. I haven't got that information. You've tried, I know, and maybe it's on me, but we just need that I need that person to make that decision. What can we touch, what can we touch, and the level of risk to us. I don't want to mess up our wonderful, our audits are great. We don't want to do anything that we can't do, but if it was private business, they would find a way of doing it to the line, not crossing the line, but to the line, because they work with the tax laws, they work with whatever laws they have to, and they'd find the money. We can move this here, we can move that here, we can move this here. We need to think way out of the box on this, or else, guys, we're going to be here till 6 in the morning, us trying to figure out each item. I'm asking you, can we suck this out? And you telling us, no, we cannot. Well, what I need personally, and I think everybody here is in agreement, what we can and cannot do, because we have one more budget, the final budget one's coming up, and I don't think doing it this way where we're going to get to the what is it, 2.2 million deficit we have to cover up?
No,
I think it's less now.
It's less than that now.
Well, it's not going to happen this way.
It depends what the millage is set at.
I
So
get it. I
it
get
could
it.
be more than that, but
Could be, yeah, no, I get it. And
So,
again,
I
would
can-
like from, and I've asked this before, and maybe I'm not being, straightforward. Well, what I need from you, Mr. Manager, and the staff to make my life easier, and I think the residents and everybody up here, is we can take from here. We can take from here. This is what we can take. It adds up to this much money. All we need is for you guys to vote on it.
I'm going to second that because it is different than my motion.
That's.
What can we take? No, we don't need to take a motion for that necessarily right now.
Council member, I could tell you one that I know for sure. We're going to do.
No.
We're going to.
Let me stop you there.
Not right now.
Not right now. I guess not right now.
But you want something.
What I need
that
from,
we cannot give. You want us to tell you yes,
Okay,
you can.
Hold on. I'm going to step in here. Number one, obviously, yes, There's clearly some more information that's necessary. I don't know whether everyone had requested it before the meeting or not, but obviously that would be helpful. So if you had requested, if any one of my colleagues have requested before the meeting, then yeah, I don't know what the holdup is. But you know, again, like some of these things, I know normally you email them. Did you email them these questions in advance?
Truthfully, no, because I knew the answer.
Okay.
Correction, I knew the answer I was gonna get, not the real answer.
Okay, but you see, this is why it's important that we email them beforehand so they can do the research in advance and get us those answers.
But the problem is what Ray is saying.
Through the chair.
What Ray is saying is, or sorry, Councilman Garcia is saying is correct, and this is the only point I want to add to what Councilman Garcia has been saying is what Councilman Garcia needs is, and what I need is, rather than take the no first approach and then force you to come to yes, take the yes first approach. Assume every single one can be used and then prove yourself wrong. Change the burden of proof so that, because I feel that right now there's a crossed arms approach to what Councilman Garcia and I are asking for. And I think that would truly help move this along. But I agree.
What I will say is that I don't necessarily, I mean, look, there's a difference between being cautious and a crossed arms approach. Now, for me, I'm always going to err on the side of caution because I very well recognize that at the end of the day, this is not a private business. We can do our best to make it run like one, but at the end of the day, the government at other agencies, frankly, have their hand up or you know what. So let's be realistic about that too. So I don't blame them for being a bit more cautious and protecting our taxpayers from an actual problem that could actually cost us some money to correct.
Through the chair, and I agree 100%.
No,
I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not blaming the
And
staff.
that's what I wanna- okay,
I'm not
well,
blaming
good.
the manager. It's
It got a little heated there between both of you. So I just want to make it clear then that if there really are no hard feelings,
I'm being
then,
heated, really?
then make sure the tone matches that.
So I'm sorry if my tone went up. Maybe because you're not used to me, I guess, having any tone.
We've served, well, you
But
usually more level.
I know,
yeah.
I know, but
I'm not going to put
Yeah.
anybody in jeopardy of going to jail. I'm not going to jail. I'm
Whoa,
too old
whoa,
for jail.
whoa,
I can't
Wait,
handle jail.
Let's not. Now,
I'm
see,
not going to
hold
jail.
on.
Whoa. At
Hold
no
on.
time.
Hold on.
So,
At no,
I
let
can
me-
give you
through
half
the
a
chair.
million
Wait, through the
dollars
chair.
of ja-
Through the chair.
Eh,
At no time have I ever, in my history of being a political figure or ever wanted that or asked that or ever. In fact, I preface my statements. Can we get to the line, not cross it? I would never ask that.
Listen,
That's just not that's not the case. The frustration that I have, sir, is that this is a budget process we go through every year. You've gone through more than I have. It would have just been, after years and years of knowing the questions you're getting from us on how we can make better decisions, instead of waiting for us, each individual council to ask individually, say, there's a trend here that I've noticed, questions and information I can give the council that I've gleaned over my 5 or 6 years being in this process, that'll make it easier for them to be able to move money around the general fund. Be proactive on that aspect, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I mean, in fact, I'm not, you know what? No, absolutely not. I push back on that 100%, because that's not who
we're
I
going
am.
to take a 5-minute interval here. Let tensions calm down a bit. Everybody use the bathroom. It's 9:23. Be back at 9:28. But yeah, and that'll actually give staff some time to get us some of the answers, perhaps, to the growing list of questions.
there's new rules now. Look in his
Council members, please return to the dais. It's actually 9:34, so everybody had more than enough time to use the bathroom, to eat, whatever they had to do. So let's get the show back on the road. With that, Councilman Herzberg, I believe you had a couple of motions, or at least one, to present.
Yeah, so a question to staff. So we would go to infrastructure sinking fund. There is a $200,000 expense for replace tenant court fencing. I believe that's at MLOP. I mean, the rate we're going, we got to start cutting. So it is an infrastructure sinking fund.
So you're saying to cut the sinking fund?
No, cut the $200,000 expense, which I believe would then create a $200,000, because there is a, that's why I want staff to explain. If we cut $200,000 expense in the MLP sinking fund, in the sinking fund, does that create a $200,000, add?
It won't immediately unless you take a secondary action, right? Because the money for the sinking fund is all general fund money.
Right.
So you could say, well, we're not going to make that expense, and then you can cut the amount that you have allocated this year of $300,000 and just cut it by that amount?
That's exactly what I'm asking. We would cut the expense, and then any allocation towards that, we cut it by the $200,000 because we're not going to take that expense.
So the amount that you have, I think we have 300 or 360. Yeah, 319 this year, in the budget that it's supposed to go, it's short because it's supposed to be 360 something.
Mhm.
So it's still already short. But if you say we're not going to have this $200,000 expense, then
yeah, that exactly.
yeah.
But we would still
then we just reduce the amount being contributed to the
Exactly.
sinking fund by the same amount, and it's a wash.
and we would still have the contingencies there, though, still, because I see a contingency of 351. So that money will still be there. We're just reducing the transfer to the sinking fund by 200,000 because I'm getting rid of this fence, which I thought there was no fence project, and there is. But we got to start making cuts. So the 200,000's got to go, in my opinion. That's my motion.
Second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I first heard the second from the vice mayor, so I'll go to him first for discussion, and then to Councilman Fernandez.
So, Councilmember, to be clear, you want to do both actions?
Yeah, cut the 200 and then cut
As an expense?
As an
And then
expense.
cut the contribution to the sinking fund by the same amount?
exactly.
I don't need to say anything further. Ditto what Councilman Herzberg said.
Councilman Fernandez.
I'll be brief. I know that the narrative, or at least some folks are claiming that the majority of residents don't want any improvements to that park. The majority of residents has spoken, and it's clear they don't want a $19.5 million bond, and no, I'm never going to bring that back up. But to continue to take from our parks to try to get somewhere, I'm willing to take it from somewhere else, and that's just my opinion. But I think that I'm going to be outvoted, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, look, I'm going to vote for it this time, but I just want to continue to stress that this is the problem that what happened with councils past is we didn't put enough money aside, for projects that had to get done, so we kept kicking the can down the road, and what ends up happening, of course, is that laundry list gets bigger and bigger and bigger and more expensive. Now, again, we're at a point where clearly we're running out of options as far as how we're going to close this gap, so I agree with Councilman Herzberg, and we'll support it now. But, again, there's a reason why the sinking fund was created. There's a reason why I have a proposal at the next council meeting related to a tax stabilization fund. It's that we need to start saving more for the future and not just spending it all, as soon as it comes in. With that, though, any other comments on this particular motion?
If I may, Mayor, just
Councilman Herzberg.
Just briefly, I agree with you 100%. That's why I was okay with leaving the franchise fee as an option and lowering it as we went along. That's not around, at least right now. But this is, and I agree with you, Councilman Fernandez, I don't like cutting infrastructure that at some point we're going to have to replace this fence. But we tied our hands right now. We gotta make cuts. So this is an easy cut to make, and maybe we can fund it in a carry forward.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, I agree. I hate to cut the park, but this is the last year we're paying the Michael Peasy settlement, so we're going to have $500,000 next year to work with, and that can, we can move that money back into that if we need to. But I agree. I think showing that we're willing to at least cut the park. I know a lot of people saying, well, we don't need to improve Optimist. No, we do need to improve Optimist, because any infrastructure needs improvement every year. You just can't let it die. But this is a good way of moving the money around, and we'll replace it next year. So I'm in total agreement.
Yeah, and I just want to stress for the public, though, that even though we, in theory, will have $500,000 more next year to spend, You know, again, we already know what the trend is with our expenses. They're going up. Some of our revenue sources, like the communication services tax, is declining year over year. You know, or at least is on a downward trend. You know, so and again, the economy, when you look at some of the red flags out there, they're starting to wave in the wind. So we need to be cognizant that the stagnation in home value growth will continue into next year. And again, every real estate professional I've spoken to about it, they see it, they feel it. You know, so we just need to be cognizant about that. And this is why I'm saying, you know, that we need to be very cautious about tapping to one-time sources to pay for ongoing costs, one. And secondly, you know, we need to be careful about not saving enough in case we're going to need it, you know, next year and maybe beyond. Okay, with that, any other comments on Councilman Herzberg's
Yes,
motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia and then the manager.
Mr. Mayor, I just think that we need to be financially creative. We need to do more with less. That's what I think we need to start doing. Little words, as they say in Spanish, poca palabra para un buen entendedor. Thank you.
Yeah, and look, I think this is the part also that as a fiscal conservative myself, I've proved it over and over again. The reality is that, you know, we can say, oh, well, let's fight inefficiencies. Let's do this. And yes, we saw from the vice mayor and from the council member, you know, some creative ways to maybe try to plug the budget gap. But this isn't the county that gives away, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars to, you know, NGOs. It's not, you know, the state even that has, you know, all sorts of revenue options. Again, we don't collect revenue that other cities get. That's just, you know, the plain truth. And, you know, we don't spend money on, you know, things that are really, truly frivolous out there, right? And so we just need to keep that in perspective, that when we say, oh, if we just were more inventive and not whatever, it's like, okay, inventive, sure. But at some point, though, like, the numbers are what they are. So we just need to keep that in mind. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
One no, which is Councilman Fernandez. The rest are aye. The motion carries. Councilman Herzberg, you have another item?
Not right now. I'll come back and get some more.
Okay. Madam, I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah.
It wasn't about that item. I just wanted to kind of have some feedback for Councilmember Garcia and to the entire council. We took a look, and just like I thought, the only general fund money that is contained in any of the other funds that is transferable right now is the $499,000. So $500,000 that was transferred to the Miami Lakes Optimist Park. So if that project is not going to move forward anytime soon, I would recommend using that 500 to transfer. But again, it's a one-time shot. But just understanding that is it's a significant amount. It'll help us dramatically get to the.
I'll make that motion. We heard enough residents say that isn't the priority right now, and so, you know, I think tax relief then is what they're asking for. So that will be. I'll adopt that as our motion to use the amount in MLOP to go ahead toward our proposed cuts this year, or to transfer to the general fund, so that we can go ahead and offset, you know, how much more we have to come up with.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion on that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Councilman Sanchez, who seconded?
Garcia, and then
okay.
Morera.
So, Mr. Manager, I mean, yes, we're aware that the MLOP money is there. I understand that. But the question that I asked before we adjourned, not adjourned, but we took a little break was, and I know you were going to get the answer from the town attorney. Absolutely, I just want to hear from the town attorneys. There is no way to touch that technical fund. There's no way to touch it. It would be something that would be, we would get fined. We would get, what would be the consequences of moving some of that money from that fund, even if we move it to code enforcement, and then supplement the code enforcement, move that money to the general fund?
I don't know what the implications are of violating something like that, but intentionally doing it would be such a violation of the public trust that I can see huge consequences from the state attorney, from the governor. I would not do it. I can't tell you exactly what the consequences are. I've never looked into it, but they could be serious, including removal from office. I mean, I'm not playing with that. It is serious.
So moving these funds to a department, like for example, code enforcement, that works with the building department, where an argument could be made, I mean, there's an argument could be made that they both work in conjunction. It's not like we're moving it to the Parks Department, or it's not like we're moving it to pay for something totally off the scope.
Look,
we can't make that argument?
I'm willing to look into it.
And that's what I'm asking, I guess.
Okay, if I had to give you a decision right now and I'm on the spot, my answer doesn't change. Well, am I willing to look into it again for you? Sure, but I'm telling you, I'm not optimistic. I would not plan on it. I'll look at it again. We'll look at it again over the weekend. I mean, we have a council meeting on Tuesday. We'll give you a more firm answer on Tuesday.
And I thank you for that. But I believe that I asked for something like this in the last workshop.
And we looked at it, and we've given you our opinion. And my opinion is,
it's been a written. I'm sorry, and I don't mean to interrupt. And forgive my ignorance.
Yeah.
But was I sent something in writing saying these are the reasons? This is what's going on. This is why.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. The fees that I was asked to look into that I remember dealt with the building fund, dealt with the other one was IT.
The technology fund.
I don't remember being asked to, but we can definitely look into it and
get back to it.
I might have been, because I mean, I was not at the whole meeting.
I get it,
so I might have
100%. And this is where,
I came later at the meeting.
And this is where, again, and I don't want to, we have a long night. I mentioned the line item over and over again. I asked, hey, why can't we do this? Can you give me an answer why we can't do this? Give me the reasons why we can't do this, so then we can decide as a body, is this something we can do and be within the statute, within the law? Is it something to the scope? I know Councilman Hertzberg talked about, code enforcement and building being in the same scope, being related. You answered no, I get that, but I have not received anything in writing with the, not that I'm a lawyer, but I'd like to know the reasons why.
What we can do for you
and I'd like to know the consequences why.
What I can do for you for the next meeting, I fully trust what the explanation that Danny provided to you. I mean, he was right on the money with regards to the building. I can provide to you what are the very specifics that we can use the funds for and what the consequences are if we don't do that.
What I'd like to know is, why is it a yes? If we do this, why we can do it and not, I understand why we can't. You tell me we can't because of this, this, and this, but has there ever been a case, do you have a case study that says a city did this and they got dinged for it? And if that's the case, I understand. But I have yet to understand why we have $1 million sitting there and we can't touch it. I don't know if my colleagues understand it. I understand a general reason why.
I understand. I think, as the attorney pointed out, I found the building department director's or manager's argument persuasive, which is, that at the end of the day, code enforcement, it works with building, but it's ultimately a separate function of the building department, right?
That's definitely true with the building department, yes.
Yeah, and but again, my understanding is that the BTRs pertain to the building department, right? And that's why they're restricted, as far as that you can't use the money outside of that department. Or do I have it backwards?
No, BTRs are part of the code enforcement.
Or by the code.
So it needs to be enforced by code enforcement officer. It can't be billed by the
Okay,
by
but
the
are
building.
and
The building can only enforce.
Technology fund is charged on top of the BTR, right?
So my understanding is the technology is part of. There you go. Well,
it's taken from the BTR. It's part of the percentages of the BTR. Like, what is it? 10% that go to that fund, the technology fund. 3%.
I don't know the numbers, Councilman, but I will look into it and I'll get you an answer by Tuesday.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to agree with them for sure. If you could on Tuesday, get us an answer because again, it's a code enforcement revenue. We'll call it that, right? Right. But it goes to the building department, and we're being told that we can't take it out of there. But it seems like a hybrid there, unless the surcharge because it's our ordinance and our surtax, limited to that. In which case, then maybe we need to address it by legislation. But just if you could, I mean, that can go a long way.
Yeah, if we can find a workaround. If there is a workaround, something we need to vote on, fine. That's all I'm asking, for a workaround.
Absolutely.
If there's one that exists.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's not. We're not talking about $1,000 here. We're talking about $1 million. We'll look into it.
I appreciate it.
We'll look into it.
Thank you. Thank
Perfect.
you. Thank you so much.
Now, back on the motion, which was using the money in MLOP, to revert it back to the general fund, the money that's currently in the restricted account, it's been moved and seconded. Or is there further discussion? Councilman Hertzberg.
Thank you, Mayor.
and then we'll come over to you.
So this is a hard one because we were just here a few months ago talking about past councils doing this, and here we are. So I get it. The pressure's there now. At the same time, if we have a carry forward, then the money suddenly, poof, it's here again. Then I don't understand that, and we got to stop that from happening, right? So there's a big amount. I really don't know what I'm going to go on this. I really don't, because even publicly, I've stated I do not want to do this. It's not a good practice. And here we are with the decision to do it or not. At the same time, I'm confident that the money will be there again. So that's the problem I have. I'm confident we're going to have enough money to put it back in the carry forward. Go ahead. But I just don't, I want to hear from you guys. Go ahead.
I remember that we have to balance the budget numbers as we know them today, right? And obviously, though, the actual, our revenue collections and our expenses are dynamic. They're constantly changing, you know. So, yeah, it's entirely possible we will have carry forward. And trust me, if there's somebody who's been frustrated by this shell game, it's me that's been dealing with it for 6 years prior to now. Now it's going on 7 years.
But I thought we would try to end that, right?
Well, yeah, but again, our options for ending that, especially with the you know, the coexisting demand from our residents to not raise any tax or fee, right? Trying to balance those two, like this is just, you know, this is why we are where we've been, and this is, you know, just part of the frustration. Yeah, but again, it is what it is. This is where we're at.
Through the mayor.
Sorry, Councilman Fernandez had his hand up first, and then we'll go to the vice mayor.
So to your point, Councilman Hertzberg, is we're gonna fund back, take that money, shift it back into general fund, in hopes that we're gonna have an overage next year, and then we're gonna do it again because everybody's gonna fall under pressure, and we're all gonna, you know, do whatever we have to do to get the thing that I want to just state is that that park is really in bad need of repair, at least some sort of renovation. And I'm not talking about 19 million, but certainly we should fund something for it. But
why don't you ask him how much we have in the parks open spaces
staff
account?
Well,
remember that was one of the funding sources we identified to get the project going, at least with, you know, one field at a time, you know.
Right, and I had discussions with staff about this. And in reality, there's some cost savings with using that money. The lights, getting rid of the rentals of the restrooms, long-term cost savings, but there's and that's what I would approach first. I would approach the lights because we got to get rid of those old lights that are costing us a lot of money to repair. New lights would have 20 to 25-year warranties. They would use a lot less electricity. We're spending, what, $33,000 a year on some rentals for the bathrooms, which is insane. I mean, there's still some money there for that, even getting rid of this 500. It's just a frustration. And listen, I'm leaning to vote for it because we have a big hole to fill. It's just a frustration if we're just going to play, you know, catch up with this money. And one of the frustrations I have is I'm very confident the money will be there in the carry forward. I don't understand why we keep having that huge carry forward. So that's a frustration I have too. So it's a mix of things. But one more thing. I do not want to raise taxes at all to improve Optimus Park. I do not want to do a $10 million rebuild. I want to leave how it is now. I don't want to move fields around. But back when the bond came up, we heard everyone come up here, and the vast majority of people said, well, it needs some improvements, but this is too much. So the money there is to make some improvements that are needed. But, you know,
and I think there's enough money in the open spaces Parks Impact Fee Fund, you know, once the change comes to us, to go ahead and do the bathroom, one of the fields, and I forgot what, maybe even the lights.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why I'm not overly concerned, especially, like, again, I share, at least for this year, I don't know about future years, I do share some of your optimism that we'll be back here looking at replacing this money later in the spring. And there are other options that still exist in putting that money back. But again, this will be, and you know, maybe, and I know it's going to cause some consternation. This is a big way to close the gap right now because that's already, let's say, roughly 500,000. We had about 170, notwithstanding the staff and education and travel line item that we're going to come back to. But with the other cuts we approved, that's another 190.
Yeah, I can give you a recap.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's the total number of where we're at right now? And if we were to include moving MLOP over?
If we include MLOP, we have a total of 925, 947.
So what's left to close?
And 324,053. And if you, based on the action that you did by suspending the infrastructure ordinance for a year, you can.
The extra revenue from
That's
the franchise fee.
225. We won't do sidewalks. We won't do those infrastructure things that we had targeted.
Right now, we just need to balance the budget.
Yeah, that takes us to, you have about $100,000 left that you have to.
All right. So that's substantial. Like that's what I'm saying. Like this
that-
just makes
now,
sense.
that is still with the millage at 2.2.
And look, again, you know, we heard it loud and clear. The focus this year is trying to save our residents money. You know, credit card delinquencies are up, as are car loan delinquencies, student loan delinquencies. Again, every restaurateur you speak to, from Cella's on down, is having one of the worst years ever. So that tells me that's partly what's contributing to the price sensitivity that we're seeing here now, and the level of of emotion that we've seen here, the last couple of meetings. So, if that's going to be the direction the majority of residents want, and, then that's just where we're going to have to be. And again, we still have money, though, to begin improving the park. We don't have to wait to do it all in one shot. So that's the way I look at it, And again, by doing this makes our job a lot easier, right? And we have until the second budget hearing if we want to even change some of these things that we voted on tonight. Because maybe the answer does come back to us, say, yeah, some of the money, actually, you can use this way, right? So then maybe we can make changes there. But again, just to move things forward, that's why I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on my motion right now, which is to move the money in the MLOP to the general fund so that we can go ahead and have a much smaller gap to close.
Can you be a little bit more specific on what money from which funds, how much?
I'll let the manager get into all the
499, 322.
There you go.
And that would put us in
At zero for now.
So we would be, how much we have to make up?
493, what was it?
If you move the money, 499, 322 from MLOP back into the general fund, you'll have $324,053 left to make up. If you use the suspension of the infrastructure ordinance, which is $225,000,
Roughly, yeah.
you're but 99,000 and change.
But that's
is
at
what
the
you have
current
left.
millage, at the what is the current millage?
2.2459.
So to get the flat, we would have, some more.
No, but at least look, even if that is all that we, look, I've spoken to some residents and it's taken a long time to convince some of them, right? Like some of them have come around that look, to maintain the majority of the budget on police and other key items, they're willing to live with that.
And I am as well, so.
Yeah.
Just for my edification, if we were to say, stay flat, we need another, what, 300,000, 400,000 to make up?
I think like a 8 or 100,000 or $1 million.
$1 million to make up?
Yeah. So it's not I'm telling you.
Through the mayor,
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
So basically, what I was gonna motion to request, is it impossible to do a rollback?
Yes, yes, it is 100% impossible to do a rollback unless you literally want to have the skinniest budget we've ever seen, no additional patrols, all the red lines that we said that the majority of your colleagues already said they're not going to embrace. The rollback is going to actually make us lose how much more money?
We haven't done that calculation, but it'll
No, it was in one of the budget messages, but about what the rollback.
If we did the rollback. How much more, if we went from the 2.2459,
how much more would that set us
now,
back?
to the 1.9, how much more, in addition to the $100,000 that we have to make up, how much more would that add to the negative line?
1.5.
An additional 1.5. That's why when the young lady earlier was saying we should be doing the rollback rate, it reminded me of why we need more of our residents to engage, because they would know that is just not feasible right now. Not mathematically possible unless we're going to make trade-offs that I know the community will not accept.
Mayor?
Yes.
To that vein, we have been working on for about a week, our staff, our IT staff with some outside help, put together a millage or ad valorem calculator. It's on our homepage as of right before this meeting started, it went live. And I sent you guys the information. I sent you an email. I'm sure you haven't been able to look at it since you've been in here. But that calculator allows somebody to plug in their address or folio number, and then it'll tell them exactly how much will be at 2.2459, how much for their specific property, how much will be the increase both on an annual basis and on a monthly basis. And it'll be an educational tool because I think people will see that for most properties, it's probably single digit, less than $10.
No, I hear you. Yeah, I see it there now.
Through the mayor, one more question, if
Yeah.
I may. This is a direct question to our town manager. I've been hearing from numerous people that are in the finance that we have a surplus. Is that true or is it not true?
No, sir.
We actually were an operational deficit last year.
But I have a question on that, because if I look at the budget that was presented to us, one of the very first pages shows that our revenues are more than our expenses. It's not a balanced budget, at least on last year.
No, so, okay, but this is the same mistake that Mr. Aguiar was making, or at least what he wasn't accounting for when he was talking about last year's numbers, specifically last year's numbers, right? He didn't do all the transfers in and transfers out, which then gives you the operational deficit of, what was it, 268, give or take? Yeah. Yeah, so...
Yeah, government accounting with fund accounting is completely different to the private world, the private sector. They have a completely different way of accounting. We have a lot of restrictions.
All I'm
with most
saying
of
is
them.
I'm looking at page 14 of today's agenda.
One more question. So basically numbers...
Hold on.
I have the floor. I'm looking at page 14 of today's agenda.
He's actually trying to help you out, so...
Yeah, and it says, under the column for fiscal year 24-25 year-end projection, we have $24,004,014 in total revenues, $23,217,483 in expenditures, for a excess of $786,000.
Madam Finance Director, if you want to take that,
Guide me through this.
does that include the transfers in and transfers out?
That includes the transfers in and transfer out. Again, that's just a projection. That's what we
So
estimate.
So
it's not
we are
actuals.
estimating that we're already going to have a carry forward of $700,000.
We're estimating that there will be a carry forward of $700,000.
So the
And
money
again,
will be there.
it's just an
Yeah,
estimate.
so the money will be there.
Well, if I may, Mayor.
We're projected to be there, I should say.
Right, but if we know our general fund balance has extra money right now, why can't we use it? I don't understand why we always have the surplus. Like, we're estimating a surplus.
Well-
We're estimating, we can look at what our bank account shows right now based off what we have spent and what we can, I would
But I
hope we
think
have
we
a good
can't
projection.
recognize those surpluses in this current fiscal year into the next fiscal year until they close out their books. Does that sound about right?
Is
Madam?
that statutory or what we want to do?
Madam Finance Director?
I'm sorry. Can you
If
repeat that?
us not recognizing the surplus that's in the budget, that we know we're going to have one, looks like, is that a statutory requirement that we can't recognize that, or is that just what we want to not recognize it?
Mayor?
Mr. Manager?
Because of the reduction in all these other lines, the amount that we have to retain in fund balance, the 15% mandate, gets reduced. So the number I gave you, 100%. We with a decision on this council's part, we're basically balanced. So the 324 that I mentioned a second ago that left 99,000 to balance, if you make the move of saying infrastructure, it's actually 211. So if you move the money from infrastructure and just allow it to be generally used in the general fund, then we're balanced.
Okay, but I still need to understand the estimated.
But yeah,
we are estimated in our budget in front of us to have a surplus, and we're not allowed to use that money by statute, or that's just our accounting principles. That's the
general fund?
question. I mean, Matt, Finance Director, you want to explain what
Are you
we're
talking
looking
about
at?
in the current fiscal year or next fiscal year?
I guess the current fiscal, like if we look at our bank account right now, we know how much money's in there, and we know there's more money than what should be in there. Like, that's just a fact. So I'm asking, why can't we use that money that we know is in our bank account for balancing the budget? We know it's there.
Well, we don't know it's there because.
How do we not know it's there?
Are you talking about the forecasted or projected surplus at the end of this fiscal year?
Yeah, there is a forecast.
Yeah,
of a
it's not closed out yet, but to his point.
There's still a lot of entries that have not been made.
Can I ask a different question? What was the...
It's risky to...
Yeah.
To
I understand. I get it. We can't count our chickens before they hatch. I get it. Let me ask a different question, and it's probably for the finance manager. Last year, what was this same exact $786,000 number, the projected carry forward? What was it last year?
If I remember correctly, I believe it was 71 or 74,000.
And what was the actual?
The actual, we were a deficit. It was a deficit of 284, 83.
By about 200. That's why you can't do it.
Okay.
I mean, the year-end projection then, though, at 74 was a bit different than it is now.
Right, and that's my confusion, which I still don't
It's a
understand
practice that
with the
we've
carry
done,
forward.
and I'm not sure if it's statutory, but it's a practice that we've done.
Okay.
And I get it. You're erring on the side of prudence, but I need to bring the conversation back to the motion that's on the table, which is using the MLOP money to go ahead and continue and balance. Apparently, we'll balance out the budget already just off of that, and then the rest will be gravy. Yes, you may.
Thank you. All right, on this specific item that's before the council, number one, I share in those that have stated I don't want to do this. I am only going to support this item at this time because we are in the first budget hearing. However, when my $800,000 item comes back, I'm going to vote against this.
Okay, well, as long as the $800,000 change is in effect, the 59th Avenue project, because I've worked tirelessly to get us the money from Congressman Diaz-Balart, from the state, and everywhere else. So any reduction there, I'm very hesitant, just because everything is being right now held together very tightly, as costs go up. So just bear that in mind, when we come back to that item. Okay, so with that, any other comments on this? Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you. The motion carries. Any other? So
Mayor, I think you got to take action to cut in your budget. In the general fund, you have a little section that's called FP&L surplus that's got the different lines, tree trimming, sidewalks, or whatever. If you cut all of those lines, then you're balanced. You actually have
So
a minimal.
wouldn't they automatically be? Oh no, because again, one is the budget authority, one is the waiver.
We're going to get the
waiver
FP&L
that
revenue. We're going to get FP&L revenue no matter what.
Yeah.
We were allocating based on Councilmember Fernandez's new business item to leave that 225 and only use like the extra from an increased FP&L franchise fee.
So what you just need is for me to move to delete those line items and move them into a general infrastructure fund?
No, they would just be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
All
cut,
right.
and that's the cuts you need left.
So as stated by the manager, I'll make that motion then, and that'll apparently bring us balance for the time being.
Okay, second.
All right, second for discussion, Mr. Vice Mayor.
So just to make, hang on a second, can we not have two separate conversations?
Yes, gentlemen, sorry, if you can move to the back room if you need to speak. Well, actually, no.
Yeah,
I take that back.
definitely
Do not
don't
do
do
that. Do not do that. In fact, don't even, be careful what you're speaking about now. So, because I know that Councilman Herzberg helps a lot, in terms of the procedure, but just be mindful of the fact that we have to be careful when it comes to what information you're exchanging. Okay, please continue.
Okay, I now lost track of your motion, sorry. It killed me.
Okay, it was simply so the manager mentioned, right?
Okay, I now remember my question.
The overage above the 1.275, using that money back into general fund, and then that balances us out completely.
Okay, where in general fund are we putting it?
Yeah, it's under, just before the park section,
But it would go into unassigned fund balance? Is that accurate?
It would just be reallocated in the budget.
We're
at a deficit.
Yeah.
Right, remember, we treat revenue separate from, we don't tie a specific revenue to a specific expense.
Okay.
Right.
So it'll give you flexibility to reassign.
Right, we're in a deficit of 211. This would add 225 back. So now we'd be at a positive.
In a minor surplus.
Positive
on paper
of about
anyway.
$10,000.
So where in the budget are these new items going to be? Like you said before, parks.
It would be redistributed to It's not a direct tie to something else. It's just, it would fund the rest of the budget.
Okay.
And so it's FP&L tree removal, FP&L tree trimming, FP&L new tree plantings, FP&L street repair and repaving, FP&L sidewalk repair.
Okay, so
Those are the line items.
So we are just cutting them and not specifically replacing them. We're just simply.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
You're cutting them, that's 225, that leaves a surplus of $10,000 or so.
Okay. Wait, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, before you go, is he on the phone? Yeah. Oh, no wonder.
But you got to make a motion to make that happen.
I already moved,
Oh.
the vice mayor seconded it. I don't know if there's any discussion on this, but at least we know that, we've at least closed the gap, and it's more about rearranging or seeing how much further people want to go, which, I will be cautious about going much further, but, with that, okay, well, he's over there. So, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia is absent. Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes or no?
This is the vote on the amount over the 1.275 to allow that to be used throughout the budget to balance it. That would actually put us at a $10,000 surplus, finally.
Let me just give it clear. This is my motion, so that way I don't even have to say it at the end of the night. I'm going to motion to make sure that our resident... No.
Sir, right now we're in the middle of a vote, so I just need you to say yes or no.
Because I don't know, I say no.
Okay.
Mayor Diegues?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. So, what is your motion, Councilman Cuadra Garcia?
Motion, Mr. Mayor, I motion to make sure that we consider, I know it's a hard one, but to consider doing a rollback. That's my motion.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Councilman Hertzberg.
I want a second for discussion because I want the manager to give me the number. I would love to do that. I don't think any municipality in Miami-Dade County is doing that right now. I don't know if someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're going to trim the current millage right now. This current millage would keep us still in the bottom 5, and not just Miami-Dade County, but Broward County as well. So further cutting this to get to a rollback would just be irresponsible, in my opinion. But I'm happy to hear what the number is. I think we're going to try
I
to...
think Melissa cited it a minute ago at 1.5. An extra 1.
An extra 1.5 million would have to be cut from this
The rollback
budget.
would be 1.9400.
I mean, again, I hate, I don't want to raise taxes. I think we're going to get this millage lower now based on what everything going on. We'll see, but I just think a rollback is not feasible with this current year.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
I do agree a rollback at this time is just way too much. However, seeing that we're projecting a $700,000 carry forward surplus here, a carry forward, sorry. It's not going to be 700, it'll probably be $500,000. Seeing that, I still believe there's areas of opportunity with different funds that we can utilize. I still believe, through all the things we've done, that we can maintain it flat. So I guess I would do a friendly motion to, instead of the rollback rate, to keep it flat.
Point of order. This is a different item on the agenda.
Yes.
We're going into very dangerous territory based on this.
So you know what? Absolutely.
Yeah. So in the ruling,
when we get to A, I'll do
Hold
that.
on,
Yeah.
I got to say my required language. The point of order is well taken.
Yeah.
So.
Mayor?
Your motion is out of order because we are going to be discussing the millage rate at a different time. Right now, we're on the budget itself.
Withdraw my motion.
No. I was actually explaining this to Councilman Cuadra Garcia. So you'll have to make that motion again at a later time. So yes. Okay. So when we get back to item 7A.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I request a motion be made that if there is a surplus, because we're talking about $10,000 or $11,000, that we restore it to the FP&L sidewalk repair line?
Sure, I'll make that motion.
So that we have to be zero, we have to be balanced. We can't have a surplus.
I'll second.
I'll second.
Yeah. Okay. Any discussion on that?
No.
All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Okay. Additional motions, council. At this point, I think it's safe to say we're now officially in general fund territory, moving away from the special revenue funds.
That might be premature, my friend.
Okay.
So, I have a question. On some of these projects that are grant funded, as an example, the Miami Lakes Park West bicycle and pedestrian improvements, right? $884,822 is coming from a grant. 146 is coming from the gas tax, et cetera, et cetera. Is there a way of knowing, have these funds been received and expended already? And I'm going to find you a better example, because actually that line item specifically is not the one. Actually, I would like it to be Miami Lakes Green, or Greenway, Northwest 177th Court Greenway North, where the total estimated project cost of $400,000, the grant was $200,000, the town matches $200,000.
So for those grants, good evening again. For those grants, these are under an agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation in this case, and we don't have the funds yet. These are on reimbursement base. They are budgeted by budget.
Okay, so what you're telling me is if I cancel this project, there's no consequence, because I can cancel the town match and we don't get the money from the FDOT.
We've already have some expenses, so we would have to reimburse that if the project.
What are our expenses?
The full design.
How much?
I would have to look at that.
And why is that not in the year-end projections? Or sorry, never mind. Yeah, why is that not in the year-end projections?
I would have to look at my data, but I think the design was completed the previous fiscal year. This project is, are you looking at Park West?
No, I think he's on the Fairway project.
No, sorry.
But I think you just
He's
answered it,
looking
which
at
is the
Greenway
design for that
North.
project was the year prior.
So Greenway North the total project cost the total project cost was $400,000. It is now $499,000. $99,000 of that comes from PTP. $200,000 is from the grant, and the other $200,000 is from, I believe, also is from PTP as well.
Yeah, so none of that would go back to the general fund?
No, special revenue fund. I lied. Either way, none of that can go back to the general fund.
Okay. I have more.
There are
Vice
currently
Mayor, what
no
project are you
expenses
talking
for this
about, though?
project.
Which project are you talking about?
Miami Lakes,
Okay.
Greenway North, and also South.
Well, South was removed. It was deferred. So that the Greenway South was removed. If you notice, there's no budget for it. And then for Greenway North, it is being rebudgeted, and it's supposed to start now because it was also deferred for 2026 by the grantor.
All righty, bear with me, Mayor. I am trying to find the items that I wanted to bring up, but that's it for that part. Okay, similar related question on under the park improvement funds. This Business Park East Linear Park. Did we already bring that one up? The one we all just found out about?
So that
No.
project, the total project cost is $430,000.
Say it again?
The total project cost, or estimated project cost, is $430,000. $200,000 is coming from a grant. $200,000 is from is the town match, which is not general fund dollars, and $30,000 is for the conceptual design.
This is the. I'm sorry,
The Business Park East Linear
I
Park.
apologize. I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the revenue side. Let me bring up the right side. Okay. Sorry. Now I'm there. Continue. No. I was in the wrong area when you were explaining it. So, again, we're here at, you said
Okay.
200 and 200.
So 400, the estimated project cost is 430,000. If you look at the budget comments, it gives a brief little description of what the project is. And then you can see that the grant award is 200, the town match is 200, and we have a conceptual design for 30,000.
Okay. Has the design been completed and paid for?
Which project is that?
This is the 139th Street.
Linear Park.
Linear Park.
Oh, that would.
So
Jeremy, are you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Can you guys hear me clear?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
So yes, the design has already commenced. We already have a rough order of magnitude. This is all in line with what we started last year. We've already met with some committees as well, gaining some input. This project is a piece of the already approved Greenways and Trails Master Plan. It is a site that we already have control and maintain already. So we're already mowing this area. This is just to further create that pathway, as the manager explained a little earlier, that creates connectivity from that 60th Ave Greenway all the way around the canal there to eventually, hopefully, loop out back down to 60th along the other corridor there in that warehouse district.
So I just want to make sure that I got this right. This is the project that a workshop for it was put on our calendars today. The 139th, I have the public notice, and it's Tuesday, September 23rd, for there to be a public meeting about this project.
By the grantor, we're
Correct.
required to get, have a public meeting and get public input. That's all that
But
meeting.
we already did the design. So
We've already started design to get conceptuals in order to put together the workshops, and in order, last year we started this project. It was actually represented in last year's budget as well.
Got it. How much have we received from the grant?
This would also be, and Olivia can confirm, the grant hasn't been awarded.
Has what?
Has not been awarded. That's
Oh.
what, it's gonna be on your agenda next
Whoa, whoa,
week
whoa,
for
wait.
approval.
You're telling me that this grant has not been awarded and it's on our budget, but we can't consider carry forward funds?
The two things are irrelevant, or not, they're not.
Yeah, they're both putting the cart before the horse.
No, because
Sorry.
the carry forward funds, well, I'm getting lost.
Let me simplify.
Yeah.
Have we, Ms. Schock, have we or have we not been awarded this $200,000 grant?
No.
We're submitting this grant for application at the end of this month, if you guys approve it at the next council meeting.
Madam Finance Director, how much money have we spent on this design? I can't hear you.
So far, we've gotten invoices in the amount of $20,872.
Are those 20,000, one second, is that included in that year-end projection of 25,000?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, it
Meaning we have budgeted for this last year?
Yes, it's in the
So if I,
From open space, right?
So if you look at your budget, the 24-25 is the 430. The year-end projection is 25. If you do 430 minus the 25, you have the 405, which is what I'm carrying over for the project balance for next year in the 25-26 proposed budget.
okay,
Do you need me to repeat that? Because I said it kind of fast.
no.
You got it.
If I cut this entire project, what are the consequences?
With FDOT, we have been very, very successful in applying for and getting grant funding from FDOT. It is some, huh?
This is not an FDOT project.
It's not FDOT? Who is it? It's, well, any of the grant agencies, we've gotten other grants from them. Yes. Any of the granting agencies, if you apply for, well, we haven't even applied for, so.
Let me.
The deputy manager wants to opine.
Well, if I may, Mayor, just
Sure.
I included in the answers, we're spending money on something we haven't applied for and haven't gotten. Is that typically how it works? I
Well,
need to
no,
understand that.
obviously there had to be budget authorization, so a prior council authorized this previously.
Yes.
Am I wrong? Yeah.
Yes.
So there was authorization. May not have been with this group here,
Right,
but yeah.
understood. So the
and
prior
many
council told you guys to spend 25,000
Well, many
to
times,
apply for the
to
grant.
apply for grants, you need to have not necessarily construction documents or plans, but you have to have some renderings to be able to apply for the, so there's some early on design work that's done, which is similar, just showing some renderings and things like that to be able to properly apply for and have a better chance
But
of
my
getting.
simple question is, a prior council
Yes.
did vote for that. It's not like you guys are just.
Yeah, they didn't go
No.
rogue.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I'm making sure, and I understand. That's the confusion I had.
cowboys.
That never
No Cowboys
happens.
here.
That never happens.
That was the confusion I had. Okay.
Okay, if we were to do that, we cannot transfer that to the general fund.
No, sir.
Debt service fund. There's a line item under expenses for debt service fund called financial institution fees. It is currently budgeted $1,350. I would like to reduce the contingency reserve for that account from $1,038,341. I would like to reduce it down to $944,491, and then allocate $95,200 to financial institution fees. That would cover from the general fund financial institution fees, which we have it at $1,350. You're shaking your head. Why? Go, give it to me. Because I mean, these are literally financial institution fees that I'm asking to be paid out of the debt service fund. And I looked up the, what's it called? Not the GAAP, the other one, the one that's for government. And it says that it's for this purpose that I'm doing. So I don't know why we're getting head shakes. Plus, line
Maybe
of
if
credit.
you gave her
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
The account number, maybe?
The financial institution fees of $1,350 that you already have there, plus line of credit financial advisory services, which was $25,000 back in the general fund, and then the line of credit legal services, $32,000, which was also back in the general fund, and the other financial institution fees, which is general fund item account number 0011311-549090, which is $36,850. The grand total is exactly $95,200.
Yeah, we have been making some inquiries at Councilmember Herzberg's direction or request to see about our line of credit and not having to go out to a new RFP and be able to just renew with our current bank.
Yeah,
We have had very much, quite a bit of success, but those I's are not all dotted and T's aren't all crossed. But it looks like right now we can save somewhere in the neighborhood, without some other things being answered, probably about $50,000 to $55,000. It could be a little more. So what I would ask is maybe reserve any changes there till we come back with that information at the second reading, and then you can decide to make any, once we have more concrete information for you, then you can decide to make those changes because it'll be more exact.
Fair enough. There was no second on my motion, so we'll move on. What?
I'll second to look into
I'll
it.
second it.
No, he's already saying
Oh.
he's doing it from the last thing. So I'm just gonna withdraw mine, and then I'll bring it back up at the second, and I'll just change the number depending on which fees get eliminated based on council.
Right, we discussed at the workshop, there is no reason to get a new line of credit, and we have good estimates, but I guess I just asked staff to try to push them to get commitments before the next budget workshop, so then we can properly fund that cost.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Just push staff to make sure, push the bank to give us the commitment of the renewal, so then we can get rid of, like the manager said, if we're just doing a renewal, we're chopping $50,000, $60,000 off that cost.
Okay, there was a motion and a second, so you want to continue?
Was there?
Anyone else?
There was no
Yours.
motion and second. I made.
Or they're working.
Yeah,
on it
they're
already?
gonna come back
Got
anyway.
it.
I will make a motion.
Okay, go.
Under park improvements, right now, everything is going into my favorite account of all, the PIMP account, which is the Parks Improvement account. That one is $24,996. I would like to zero that item, and because it's funding toward MLOP master plan, which I think everyone on here is going to agree we do not need to pay. And instead, I would like to allocate the same exact amount to funding towards the Royal Oaks Park non-capital outlay, $5,000, the Youth Center non-capital outlay, park improvement, $5,000, Veterans Park park improvements, operating, $10,000. Mini parks, pocket parks, non-capital outlay, $4,996.
Second.
Yes, ma'am. Budget. Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. Madam Budget Director.
I cannot move those funds into general fund.
I'm not moving it into anything. I'm having it just pay for things.
Okay.
If anything, I'm bringing the general fund items into here.
Okay.
See, this is wordsmithing.
Okay. So, Director Badgedine.
We're still fully funding it.
Yes, I'm here.
Just want to make sure, in that line item, that does not include any of the mini parks capital improvement money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You got,
From the you're drawing from that 1.7, right?
I'm sorry?
You're drawing from the line that says MLOP master plan?
No. I'm drawing from the line that says transfers out capital projects fund parks PIMP, $24,996, and then it's funding towards MLOP master plan in the budget comments. This is under the park improvements fund.
So those items that you're referring to, like the non-capital outlay, the 5,000, those are operational items, and what the PIMP money can be used for, the park improvement money, is for capital expenditures.
We've had a lot of wordplay up here in the past about what is a capital expenditure, especially with regard to the special taxing districts. How is a bench not a? We can definitely make a bench a capital.
Well, yeah, I have a question on that. So in the sinking fund, there's definitely some capital expenditures there with roof improvements or MLOP. Can we move the money there?
I don't know.
We could look at that.
Now I'm liking answers. Thank you.
Finally, you got a win.
Oh, I've been getting wins all day. I'm getting my 800. I guarantee it. All right, I think we can move on from me.
Councilman Fernandez.
I'd like for you to clarify what you mean. I'm unsure about where you're pulling the money from.
I just realized that we hadn't even voted on my item. Yes, so we are not cutting, in my proposal, we are not cutting any of those expenses. We're simply changing it from it being paid out of the general fund to it being paid by a special revenue fund so that our taxpayers ad valorem taxes are not paying for it. Instead, it's coming out of somewhere of the special revenue funds. And as a matter of fact, that last one that I mentioned at $4,994 or something like that, in the general fund, I actually have it funded at $6. So it literally balances to the last number. Yeah, I'm like you in that. I'm not really willing to take away from our park maintenance. I think it should be fully funded. I just think that we need to be a little bit more creative in how we fund it. And I'm actually gonna use the word that a resident, I think it was Amy, used. I'd written it down. We don't have a money problem. We have an allocation problem. And so that's what we need to solve based on the responses that we get from staff.
Through the chair and to the vice mayor, is there any other areas that we can do the same thing?
Yeah, but honestly, it's gotten so messy right now that I need a minute to go back and find it.
Well, can we direct staff to see if there's any other, in the same vein, the other areas that we can
I
do?
thought that's what we moved for earlier.
No, I'm just saying, because specifically, we're looking at this, and as you saw it and you did it quickly. Just wondering if there's any other areas that we can.
I'll come back to you.
All right.
I think we just need to vote on my motion.
All right, so there's a motion and a second on the direction given by the vice mayor. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Anything else?
Can I just ask, under the public safety impact fees, why is the year-end projection for public safety impact fees a negative number? How did we end up?
The public safety impact fees.
Yeah, why
is the
is-
year-end projection a negative number?
In revenues.
Because they double paid us, and then we had to reimburse them.
Okay. No, I was like, it made no sense to see something like that negative. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else on motions on the budget? And solely on the budget, or is now the time when we want to lay this on the table and return to the millage?
So, Mayor, I would just say that I definitely have some more cuts in mind, but given, I guess I want some more direction on where we're at. I'm not saying we have to make them today. I would like to see a new budget because, for example, my things about the flowers and some things that I don't think are absolutely necessary, but if we don't need them today if we're balanced, right? So I just want to understand where we're at right now.
We're at a surplus, Melissa, right? We were at 11,000, right? And then with these other.
But wouldn't,
A tax reduction.
right, we would reduce the millage now and get rid of that surplus once we get to item A, right?
I do have a couple
Well,
more
wait,
items.
we did
But if
approve
you
a
make more
motion.
cuts, then now you build up a surplus.
Right.
And now you can use that to say, okay, that equates to X.
Right,
millage.
right.
Reduction.
Understood.
However, just so my colleagues are aware, right now, I believe it was whatever was above the 10,000 or whatever it was from the change we made on the surplus, the franchise fee surplus.
Right, just to
That
leave
left us-
it in sidewalks.
For sidewalks,
So
okay, yeah.
anything after that, so that took us to.
Up to how much?
That took us to
Just
zero.
the 10,000
Well, it
or
was like
whatever it was, the
10 or
difference.
11,000, to leave that in sidewalks. Now, anything after that starts to build a surplus.
I thought we were about to put our entire surplus into sidewalks for a second.
No,
I
obviously
misunderstood
not
it
that.
completely. Okay, question.
Through the chair.
You want to take Angela?
Well, did you have one more? Yep. Okay, why don't we let him finish his, since he had the floor previously, and let him get through it, and then we'll come over to you.
Alrighty, thank you. The micro-mobility fund, why don't we account for why is it that there's a year-end projection of $10,954 in revenue, and then that doesn't carry forward? Or is it that it was used, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. I meant the mobility fee trust account fund, I apologize. I see here, last year, we had 231,000 in mobility fee revenues, but we're looking at it as zero this year? We budget zero for revenue from the mobility fee.
When we receive that, then we budget it. We haven't we don't have anything right now that we're anticipating, as far as I know.
One more time?
That as far as I know, there's nothing that I've been told that we are anticipating in mobility fee.
So in 23, 24, we received 155,000. This year, we're projecting 231,000, and then we're just projecting, or I guess we're budgeting for zero.
Yeah.
So the mobility fee, what's budgeted there is a carryover from the current year. I don't have it in front of me, but
Yeah.
I'll sit back down.
That's what it is.
And then that money is being utilized to fund 59th Avenue.
Okay.
I believe it says it in the budget comments.
What is, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna sound very uneducated about my own budget here. What is the mobility fee exactly?
I
Who's
believe
paying
if
this?
Susana's online, she can answer that much more eloquently
Yes,
than I can.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. The mobility fee is a fee that we charge developers when they come in with new building permits that expand their footprint and or the intensity of their projects. In general, most of the times it comes from any project that creates new demands on our transportation system, and they're funds that must be used for improvement of our transportation system. So it's an
Beautiful.
earmarked.
Wait, did you say
funding
transit or transportation?
mechanism. Say what again?
Yeah, you said transportation, not transit, right?
Not transit, transportation, correct.
Perfect, thank you. So
It
I
has
can
to be-
definitely
yes.
apply this to a few things.
And the reason that there's no projection for it at the beginning of the fiscal year, like Melissa was explaining, is that it's very difficult for us to anticipate who is coming in for permitting that year, because sometimes just going from the site approval process to the actual building permit process takes a year, 2 years. So it's hard to anticipate when projects come on for permitting, which is when the fee is applied. But generally, this is addressed through the site approval process, and usually you have at least an anticipation of the amount when the site approval comes through for approval at the council
Thank
as
you.
part of the staff report.
Thank you. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense.
Quick question. Did you say it has to be used for improvements only, right? Transportation improvements, that's an important word.
Yes, transportation improvements, ideally capacity improvements, but it can be used for all types of mobility improvements. It can be used for pedestrian improvements. It can be used for vehicular traffic improvements. It can be used for bicycle improvements. So it is not pigeonholed only to vehicular improvements, but it does have to be used for improvements.
But just to clarify, I think where he's trying to get at, can it be used for road resurfacing, for example?
No, sir.
No.
Not for maintenance.
Okay, yeah.
But it is allowed for projects like 59th Avenue Bridge, which is definitely a capacity improvement.
Yeah, of course, and it's a new roadway, so, that makes sense. Okay, did I answer? Hold on, remember, we're letting him finish, and then, we'll come over to you. Okay.
All right.
Promise?
Mayor, can I just make one single point? One thing that we have to go back and do some number crunching is with the COLA motion, the COLA action that you took. Some of those salaries are contained in some of the other funds, like stormwater, building, and so forth. So what happens then is that if those COLAs are not given to those folks, that reduces those funds by a little bit. It's not a large amount, but it is, we have to do that number crunching. And then the contribution from those funds to the general fund gets reduced. So we have to do some checking and double checking and making sure that everything is correct. So the numbers we're giving you are in the ballpark, very close, but they're not exact.
All righty. Mayor?
Yeah.
Last one. For now. The tree ordinance black olive removal program. So as it was explained to me, this particular fund experienced a windfall because of the redevelopment of the golf course, which resulted in a lot of trees being taken down and therefore fees being paid. So where this is normally a fund that is, in the $3,000 to $5,000 range, it ended up taking in $150,000 this year. So given that that fund is very overbloated at the moment, I would like to modify on the expense side. I would like to modify the line item titled Black Olive Tree Program. I would like to modify it from $190,441. I would like to reduce that to $50,000, which is still more than triple funding this account. And then I would like to move the remaining $140,441 to a line item which you guys will not see unless you have the Excel sheet, transfer out general fund.
Okay, so there's the motion. Is there a second?
We've used.
So,
Okay, it's been seconded. So now staff.
If you need me to tie it to specific projects, I can do that later on.
It was Councilman Herzberg who seconded it. But I guess for discussion purposes, my question is, that's a restricted account as well?
that is correct.
And it's meant to go toward tree planting and removal, or are there other
And we
purposes?
used a significant portion from there because of the large contribution this year, the abnormal large
$10,000.
contribution. We used a significant amount from there for this year's tree trimming cycle. So we reduced the general fund normal money that would normally go towards tree trimming, and we made a contribution from the FP&L line as well as the tree trust line to be able to complete the tree trimming cycle for this year.
Wait, you're saying you took out of the...
No, so if you look at the budget comment in, give me one moment so I can get there. In the green space, in the Public Works green space, under tree trimming, we have 200,000 that is budgeted there.
Let us get there.
And then if you see in the note.
I lost you completely. I need you to wait for
In
us
the
to get there.
general fund, Under Public Works Green Space, the line item called tree trimming. I'll give you all a moment to
Yes.
get there. Okay. If you look at the budget comment, to fully fund Phase 3, which is a bigger phase than the first two, what we did is we reduced the amount from the general fund, and if you look in the notes, it says special revenue fund tree ordinance, 150 of that is funding Phase 3. So it's just gonna be paid directly to the tree ordinance fund.
Okay, but then shouldn't I see a $150,000 line item in?
It's under the 190, so that 150 that's there, that 190 that's there, 150 is paying for the Phase 3.
Okay, so I know that sometimes the Excel sheet doesn't have some updates.
Yeah, so I can add a comment in there. It's here on the general fund. I can add a comment on the tree ordinance.
In mine it just says tree removal and replacement expense. It doesn't just say anything about tree trimming. So then you're bringing in 150,000 into the general fund from here already. You're doing what I'm asking.
We're not bringing it into general fund. It's just going to be charged directly to the tree
Got it.
fund ordinance.
That's the phrase I need to start learning to use. Okay.
And then
Sure.
the additional funds that are there, I believe staff was going to go out for a grant for tree planting as a match, the funds that are there.
But it's been moved and seconded, so if
tree
you're not
inventory.
choosing to pursue this further, then we'll need to table the item.
Well,
I don't have the details of that, but that was what the thought process may have been to utilize those funds.
So when you say you're done, I'm trying to figure out,
Was
how
it
do you-
seconded?
No, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was moved and seconded.
I
so-
mean, the thing is, it's I guess an impossibility because it was already done. Literally what I'm asking for was already done.
Yeah, but procedurally, this is still
I
where
got
we're
you.
at. So-
I'll move the table.
All right, I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion's tabled. All right. So, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, now is your moment. But remember that we're still not on the millage rate, though. We're
So
still just in
basically,
the
I
budget.
can't step out of the arena and talk about.
Not until we get to that one, which we will get there eventually, but remember the council made a choice earlier to table 7A on the millage rate until we had our full discussion on the budget. And then we were going to stop just shy of voting on everything and finalizing all the changes we've made now to return to that item, to pass it, and then come back. I know it's a lot of back and forth in terms of procedural hoops, but this is just what we have to do to stay within the bounds of what's required of us by law and our own procedures. But do you have a motion on the budget itself or some discussion on the budget
My
itself?
motion is to find out, there were 3 individuals that did crunching of numbers for over weeks and said that there was, before we even did any line item cuts, there was over $1 million, $1.5 million of surplus. I mean, were these people accurate or were these people not accurate?
Again, for purposes of last year, and speaking only specifically as to last year, that is inaccurate. The operational deficit that we ended up having was about $286,000, right? Now, yes, in terms of revenues versus expenses, strictly speaking, sure, there was an overage, but it wasn't $1 million. And that was quickly depleted by, or maybe it was $1 million, but it was quickly depleted by all the other debits and credits you have to account for, which are transfers in and transfers out. So operationally, we were at a deficit. So it's not accurate that last year we had a deficit. In fact, this was the point that Councilman Herzberg and I were talking about back in July, I think it was, which is we technically during the budget amendment process should have transferred a lot less or allocated a lot less than we did, but we were under the impression that it was because we had a surplus, but that was not the case. But with that, anyone else have anything on the budget itself before we go back to the 7A? Okay, well, again, the floor is yours. Well, I mean, at this point, we've already been kind of, jumping around from both. We've been mainly in the restricted funds, but, if you have other changes, then absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, because in the workshops, there were things that we said we would vote on.
We already approved, okay, so how about that? Can somebody pull up that list of items?
That's right here.
No, we already approved most of that. The only ones left is the administration, education, and training. Everything else we approved already.
I understand, but at the same time, there were things that when we did the straw poll, we said that we wouldn't.
That's what I'm
approve at
asking
that
them for
moment.
now, which is, does anybody have that list on any other items that would, I know it was somewhere here, and I think I left it in my office, but that other list of items that were discussed but did not necessarily have, unanimous consensus.
We did not, we did
Okay.
not compile that list. We compiled the list of the consensus
Of the ones
items.
that had full consensus?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. But I remember that there is another spreadsheet that Alexis and Gina worked on that has all the other comments of potential items from the first budget workshop. Does anybody do you want to work off of that, Councilman Sanchez?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
A lot of those were already contained
first
in
one.
the things that you did.
Huh?
A lot of those were contained already.
No,
in-
and that's what I was explaining to the councilman, but he remembered correctly that there were some other cuts, though, that if anybody said, no, we're not in agreement, we moved on to the next topic. So I think that's what he's driving at. But, so this would be the time, I don't know if everyone wants to take a 5-minute recess to let everybody look at their notes, and then we come back.
Yeah, Mayor, I wanted, because there's some things that I remember discussing, especially I think in the committee budgets as well. So why don't we take a little time and just look at that and then come back.
All right, so let's actually do a 10-minute recess, so everybody come back at 11. Actually, it just changed, so 11:01. And actually, to the attorneys, could both of you come see me? Thank you. Well, we'll be back, 10:01. 1 minute, 1 minute. He's just taking out of context. All right, everybody come back. It's 11 o'clock. And we're going to need a motion to extend to midnight, although I remind everybody, as I was reminded by legal counsel, that per the charter, we actually have until midnight to complete our work. But anything past 11 requires, under our rules, a motion to extend. So would someone please make a
I'll
motion?
move.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Perfect. All right. So, Councilman Sanchez, continue.
Yes, so I know we've been going over special funds, but there's also things in the general fund that we can start cutting little by little, things that were discussed in the workshops, but we didn't have unanimous, like on the straw poll, to completely, disregard it. I'd like to start with Public Works Green Space on the general. So we're up. Repair and maintenance. We're raising it by 19.28% from $659,080 to $786. That's an increase of $228,000. I would motion to bring it back down to the $659,000 just because of the conditions that we're in right now with the budget.
Second for discussion.
All right, it's been seconded for discussion. I just want to remind everybody the proper terminology is that you move. It's an action verb.
I move. I apologize.
There you go. The motion is the noun.
Right.
All right. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Such a parliamentarian. So my only question on this is at 6, what exactly, I get that it covers the grounds, the FDOT right-of-way, flowers, landscape, beds, cul-de-sacs. How much, what are we getting for going from 659 to the number mentioned by Councilmember Sanchez, because I actually don't have that number.
Jeremy, you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you talk about?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yeah,
Yes,
dale.
so essentially this budget reflects 100% contractual full funding for the contract for a lot of these right-of-way maintenance systems. So essentially you would get your full 35 cycles, you would get your full fertilization of the right-of-ways, you would get, on Omar, as he spoke at the workshop, you'd get your 3-man crew for the litter crew. We would also have our mulching done for right-of-ways. And that is also the full amount for the 4 flowers and for the soil amendment thereof.
The only issue that I see here is that what we have in the comments is not very much an itemized. It doesn't mention about, I see litter, but it's, just litter one time and not how much is being charged for that. Because within this, I feel like there's things that take priority, litter being one of them. But, the flowers being changed so often and other things, I think we can cut back a little bit on that. But I would like to see an itemized list. I would like to keep the litter crew at full power. just to maintain the appearance of cleanliness. But other things, like I'd like to see year over year what we're spending more funds on the grounds, on the FDOT, ROW. Like, as of for last year, we have the total number, but not the itemized number year over year.
And just keep in mind, I know the manager mentioned, and I was not able to attend the workshop, however, but for the past 3 to 4 years, this has never been fully funded. At times, we have reinstated portions of it. And that's one thing I took notes on, that while we have reinstated, let's say, for instance, I'll use athletic fields, right? We've reinstated top dressing, but we didn't reinstate everything else that wasn't funded at the beginning. So sometimes we'll see some actuals reflect an increase, but not the real increase of 100%.
Right, but we're not talking right now of the parks. We're talking about green space, public works green space, not about top dressing or anything like that. Like an Optimist.
Correct, but that goes with fertilization, that goes with reinstatement of the fourth quarter of the flowers. None of that was added in previous years. So sometimes we'll see an end number, but it's not reflecting the full 100%.
Okay, well, I'm still going to support it for now. At second reading, if we can get that itemized list, and maybe we can bring it back on. But for now, based on the information that I have, I'm going to keep it at the 659080 until I have more information at second reading.
Just as a note, in the original motion from the budget workshop, you guys had requested to remove $35,000 for flower change out. That's not reflected there, but if you take the 821 that's there and reduce it by 35, that is the new amount that's in that account based on the list from the budget workshop that you decided to go ahead and remove.
Yeah, that was my confusion
It's
as well.
on the list, it's item number 14.
Yeah, and things like the litter crew, even though we reinstated it last year, it was in like the second half of the year, right? So we only had a certain number of months. This number for the litter crew is a full 12 months of the 3 crews. So that...
Right, but that's within the bundled price. What I would like to see is the individualized price of year over year. Because a bundled price is a total of $786,168. But I would like to see, like, I'd rather have, for example, the litter crew over, $369,000 for grounds. Maybe bring it down to $300,000 for grounds.
Yeah.
It's setting the priorities, but we need those numbers, those itemized numbers, in order to pursue that. So I am going to continue with the 659080 at the new proposed budget until we see an itemized one for all these services with a year-over-year comparison.
Through the chair.
I would like
You're recognized.
Okay, go ahead. Well, go ahead, JC.
Well, I just want to be brief. I would be more open to the changes of flowers if once we get the itemized list. I was hoping not to touch any of it, but that would be one. I certainly wouldn't want to change the frequency of the mowing, any other aspect of our beautification, but I would be okay if the rest of the council, that's where, the appetite seems to be to get rid of something there, then it would be the flowers.
Through the chair to Councilman Suarez. Wow.
Suarez.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. I don't even know this guy. Sanchez. I apologize. My brain is mashed potatoes. What was the number, Councilman Sanchez, that you gave as the current number? Was it the 786 number?
Yes, right now the proposed budget has a number of 786,168.
So you're already counting the $35,000 reduction?
Yes.
So then, what is it that you're
I'm
proposing?
trying to bring it down to what the year-end projection is right now of 659,080.
Which is not a fully funded.
Yeah, and by default, for sure, the litter crew was only funded in that 659 or whatever for 5 months.
Right, but I'm going to go back to my original statement that states the bundled price is $786. That is the bundled price. How much is litter crew alone?
I have 821. I don't know the 786.
Yeah, because it's 821 minus the 35,000 that we already agreed to reduce from the agreed items.
We did not agree to do that. That was not in the JC Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah, it was not in the agreed to things.
So let me make an amendment to. It was not in there. I'll make an amendment. I agree with you. I want that more itemized list. I'll make an amendment though at this point to remove the I believe it was $35,000.
We already did.
You all have an itemized list before you.
It's in there?
So,
It was handed out over to you earlier today.
Oh,
by
no,
Ed.
that list I understand. Let's take it one step at a time. The flower bed was not in the mass cut list. That one, it's not in there, correct? All right, so my motion is to remove the flower bed changing, the quarterly changing, remove it, put in some sod. We just saw, or native plants, something that doesn't need to be changed every year. Let's
So
remove
take
it.
out, in the medians, take out all the flowers and just put in sod.
Sod is, that's a managerial decision, but
No,
changing
but we
flowers
get-
every quarter.
Yeah, but we need to know kind of, because
Sure,
there's going to
through the
be an
chair.
expense.
Mr. Mayor.
We talked
Mayor.
about native species that are annuals, that don't need to be replaced, that help with drainage in the past. And so just native species. Instead of changing the flowers out every quarter, whatever we do it, just native grasses or native plants.
Can I just understand, are we talking about $4,000?
No, 35,000.
Where are you seeing that? Like, maybe I'm completely off.
So it's not there. We discussed it last meeting. It's in, so you flowers, landscape, beds, and cul-de-sacs, 101,527. My understanding is the quarterly change of flowers every quarter is $35,000. So, and I agree with Councilman Garcia. If we don't want to make it just sod, some native plants, but I don't see why we should be changing flowers 4 times a year for $35,000.
So we can't go from 35 to 0 because we're going to have to do something, whether it's a native plant or a
Right.
sod or something, so.
It's going to be more of a long-term.
Well, sod will
focus.
make you want to, you add to the square footage of what you're cutting. So, and you pay by the linear feet, by square footage, right? Or do you just pay by,
I'm not sure how they,
Okay.
the specifics of.
listen, it's the plants that are native, that don't need watering. They're basically, they look like, they look like grass. They look like grass. Yeah, they whatever they are. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they may be a little more expensive, but they last. You don't have to replant them every quarter. I think that would be a savings there.
Yeah, I'll include that. I'll include that in the motion. So, I guess you got to come back to us with that one-time cost. But I'm thinking this ahead of time. Seeing this line item for years is, I don't want to see it for years for $35,000. So it would be to remove the quarterly flower change. And understand it's not going to be a zero sum. Put in the number that you can estimate a number now. Come back to us in the next budget hearing for that number.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Just a quick question. So would it amount to essentially a $100,000 cut or $20,000?
No, because this is why in that 101, the flowers is 35 of that 101.
Oh.
Right? That's my understanding. If someone wants to correct me.
Why not then just leave the 35 in there and then instruct the staff to use that 35 not for flower change-outs, but rather for buying the more hardy shrubs?
Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Can we do
Because
that right
it's
now?
going to be an upfront fee.
Right.
And I don't even know if that covers it, but at least it could start. And again, it's a long-term saving.
Right, so I'm thinking long-term on this one, correct.
Okay. I don't know if you want to accept that.
I will accept that amendment.
Okay.
Through the chair.
You're recognized.
I'm going to make it real brief.
Oh, sorry.
We've been spending so much money.
Wait. There was a motion, an amendment made. It has been seconded.
I'll repeat the amendment for the benefit of the clerk, and it's that instead of doing as stated in the main motion, we simply maintain the $35,000 for the flower change out, and instead instruct the staff to use that for purchasing and planting the more hardy native species shrubs. Correct, to make them permanent.
You got that, Madam Clerk? Who is the second? All right, it was Councilman Garcia. Any discussion on the amendment? On the amendment. All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries.
Okay, but the letter is in there.
Okay. Now, back on the main motion as amended. So, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, I believe, wanted to make comment on this motion.
I'm going to make a comment. we have been spending so much money in those shrubs every 3 months. Okay, there's trees out there, as Councilman Garcia stated. It's called Xeriscape. Basically, you can put them there. I have a tree, a design, I don't know if you call it a shrub, a plant that I've had in my front yard for 25 years, and she's as green as ever. So we need to start thinking more efficient. We've been spending too much money on all those little, whatever those little trees are called.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Huh?
That's exactly what we're doing.
That's what we need to do.
Well, that's what we are doing.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you.
The amendment of the motion basically wiped out the main motion. It's the same. It's the same end game. I don't know what we vote on, but yeah.
Okay.
I think we already voted because the amendment was pretty much a strike all.
But that just deletes the text on the main
Right.
motion and requires a separate vote.
Okay. Got it.
So with that, on the main motion as amended by the strike all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Okay, next. Anyone else? I'm going to give everybody a chance to review their notes. And
Mr. Mayor, committees, we
Councilman
discussed a few. First, I would go to, Mr. Mayor, you had an item that was I believe the committee bike rides from the neighborhood improvement. That's, if I just looked, I think that was still in there.
The bike rodeo, it's number 25 on the list, and that one is one of the items you also voted to remove.
Yeah, so I was actually on neighborhood improvement committees. The pedestrian, okay, hold on, no. What is the pedestrian and bike initiatives for $5,900? Isn't that like the neighborhood improvement bike rides? Okay, so that I guess I don't know if someone objected to that or not. I thought we agreed on that one. So, we had a discussion on that. I'll open up for discussion to remove that line item.
What, was that a motion?
A motion, move to remove the 5,900 for the neighborhood improvement committee.
Second for discussion.
Mr. Vice Mayor for the discussion.
Okay, so I'm trying to recall our discussions on this item, and I can't really recall. This was primarily you, if I remember correctly, on the neighborhood improvement committee. Yeah. The bike rides. What was it that we said that they were just saturated?
Refer
What
to
is
the
it?
list over here, which should have it, because I believe, or was that one of those that we did not have full consensus on?
Yeah, someone had an
Okay,
objection.
yeah, so let's revisit that.
Yes.
So I was fine with eliminating all of them because there's already a $10,000 line item to continue the cultural bike ride, the culinary bike ride, excuse me. So, and unfortunately, attendance has been down at a lot of these community bike rides. So either we should just have two, the culinary bike tour and one community ride. So as maybe the issue is that it's been oversaturating, but they're just not getting the ridership that they used to. You know, instead it seems as if people are now, in terms of health, they're gravitating toward either weightlifting or other cardio activities such as the Miami Lakes Run Club. So I think at least for 1 year, you know, we can either zero that out or reduce it even to one ride, and just have the culinary bike ride and one, or just a culinary bike ride.
Well, I was about to second that, but I forgot it was already moved. I'm gonna concur with you on this. That's been my understanding from what I've been hearing about the turnout on a lot of the bike rides, especially the fact that they're oversaturated. Yeah. Do I think that maybe in the future some of them can come back? Yes, but do I think that in a budget year as tight as this one, we should just
I'm
do a
down.
strike
I made the suggestion last time. So if that's your way of giving me the opening to do it, I'll go ahead and I'll move to zero that line item out regarding the community bike rides.
Oh, I think that's what
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I
sorry.
read-
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I read it.
It's already moved.
Sorry,
It's
I
already
was
been moved.
responding to someone over here, so it was taking.
No. It's
my
already been
mind.
moved, and you
Excellent.
just gave yourself the floor.
All right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and just vote it up or down.
Yep.
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Excellent.
That was
Okay.
the 5,900 in neighborhood improvement, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
Okay. Did we ever get clarification on that concert and the fairway item, by the way? Remember the 10,000 that was going to either be, I think it was in the process of being reallocated, but we were going to confirm before we made any decision on that. I think it was to the concerts on Main Street, right, that we were doing for a while there?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, sir. The $10,000 will be split into 3 different events at Main Street, and their hope is to continue the Main Street Live concerts.
So it is the Main Street Live.
Okay, perfect. All right, so that was resolved. And then what else do we have on the committee budgets that were not unanimous?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Hertzberg.
let me just make sure it's not on the list. 1 second. I do not see, someone wants to correct me, but I do not see Economic Development Committee. They had the $12,000 line item for a certain service they were using.
Marketing.
What was that?
Marketing.
Right. Now it's this marketing. They were using it before for some service, some database. They're not using it for that anymore. So now they just have it at $12,000 in marketing. I haven't heard from anyone from the committee. I think we should at least knock that down slightly.
The amount is 10,000.
I have it 12,000 here.
No, I know, but the amount for that service, I think was 10,000, Claudia said, right? Yeah.
I mean, I'm not aware of what plans, but they were using 10,000 of that, so I think we can, if they want some marketing materials, I'm okay with giving them some, but I would drop that line item down to 6,000.
We actually have a member of the committee here. I'd like to ask him what that goes to.
Mr. Blanco.
Rudy, what is it that the marketing materials line item actually goes towards? Hit the button at the bottom of the mic.
That was for software, I think, was to determine how many businesses are in the community, and it was like a marketing tool that was being used by the staff, I think it was, and we just did not see any use for that. So we decided to cancel that. But I think the contract was like one of those mid-year contracts from like July to August and so forth. And then I think the final payment, I think, was finally done on that. And we just decided to cancel that and use it for marketing.
So,
for economic development.
You said you decided to cancel it and then instead use it to marketing towards
If that could have been done, that's what was planned. That was what they wanted to.
Marketing in what sense, though?
For the different events that we have, the seminars coming up, the networkings, all the other events that we have, the boot camp and so forth.
I will say I do think 12,000 is quite a bit for marketing for any committee.
No, that was a contract. That was a contract that we just did not, we saw
Exactly.
no
So we
use
can
for
bring
that.
Right, so it's something you're no longer using. So
Right,
before
we
they
no
were
longer
using
use
that
it.
for a service.
Mhm.
So now they basically have a $12,000 let's see fund. I don't want to give them a $12,000 let's see fund. I'll give them, because I like the committee, they did good work. I'll give them a $6,000, maybe lower. Yeah, I'm willing to see an amendment. I'm willing to give them a $6,000 fund, see what they use it for this year. And if we don't like it, we can cut it down next year.
We're not greedy. We're not greedy. We're
So
not
my,
greedy.
my motion is to cut that line item from 12 to 6.
We're not greedy.
I'll second that. But again, like the key change and everything else, I understand what the chair was trying to state about that, but ultimately.
Maybe that was in blasting. That's in blasting. I think
Well,
it
in
was.
blasting, sorry, but I mean,
Right,
just
not
generally is
economic
what I'm
development.
saying is generally, because you're on blasting as well.
Right.
So.
That was an awareness campaign. That was more for awareness. But
Yeah.
I understand.
But again, like ultimately, it has a fleeting impact. And so, again, in a tough year, just generally make sure, because I know you're on multiple boards or
Right.
interface
Right.
with a lot of them.
Right.
They all need to know that we've got to be much more diligent and rely more on sponsorships where we can. We had a $73,000 drop-off in sponsorships from last year to this current fiscal year, and I just find that unacceptable. And I'm not throwing shade at any particular committee. I'm just making it known that we need to expect more from our committees to do what they can with money that they find on their own. It's just getting a lot tougher. As you've been here all night, so you see how it is.
Well, especially for economic development. That's why I was mentioning to Alex that we need to find. We need to make money.
Yeah.
And I know it's not a business. It's totally different. Government's totally different from business. It's totally
Yeah,
different.
but generating money for our businesses.
But
yeah,
generate business
you know.
money for our business.
Yeah. But okay, but it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion carries.
I have an additional question for
Okay.
the EDC. The $2,000 line item for seminars, the budget comment states that event in town hall to host an educational boot camp for new and prospective business
Which is
owners.
coming up. Right.
Cost would be for food and necessary compensation for presenting parties. My question, how much of that 2,000 is the necessary compensation for the presenting parties?
I would have to go back and check on that since I'm
Can you
not.
please let us
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
if you want to just shoot a message to any one of us
I will.
prior to the second budget hearing? Because
I will.
what I would like to do, I'll let my colleagues know ahead of time, is allocate whatever number it is that is actually being used for paying the presenting parties, and then the food, I think that
Right.
you guys can get one of our local restaurants to probably sponsor it.
I'm not. We got to double check on
Parasol,
that.
would you happen to know? No?
Through the chair, is that money for the, when you say upcoming, is it the event now on the 27th?
On the
I think?
26th, yeah.
26th.
Friday the
excuse me.
26th, yeah.
But to be clear, Councilman Fernandez, that was already funded in last year's budget.
That was already funded. Yeah, correct.
Thank you, Rudy.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, I have one more motion about that too for
You're recognized for the
allocation. Looking at our budget, quick cuts here. We did gut the Public Safety Committee's budget, and looking at their proposed budget that was emailed, I would like to allocate $1,000 of the $6 we just saved back to their budget, because that will cover the 9/11 event, which we just went to today. It would also cover their coffee with the cops, coffee with a paramedic events, which I think have been great so far. So it's still lowering their total budget from last year, but that $6,000 savings, take $1,000, put it back to the Public Safety Committee.
Well, I'd like to speak more about Public Safety Committee, if I may.
Well, hold on. So there's a motion. Is there a second? All right, second. All right, now Councilman Sanchez.
Okay, so I would like to see it back to fully funded. Public safety, and I want to explain why. Public safety is the one committee with the lowest amount of funding that they receive from the town. For the first time next fiscal year, they're going to host an event that they're going to receive sponsorships. It's the same way that when the Veterans Committee started with their reindeer run, they received funding from the town in order to kickstart it, and then sponsorships started coming in, and now they are a net zero cost to the town. Public safety is a big thing, especially when it comes to creating that synergy between our first responders, our police officers, and our community. Those events where our residents can speak to the police, they can speak to our paramedics, our firefighters, I think is a big thing. And everything that is on their budget of a total amount of $4,800 meets their duties as outlined on the ordinance that created them. It's to work with local residents and businesses and police to organize and develop local crime watches and to provide opportunities for public safety education and awareness. There's a very low amount, and it's a huge ROI considering the connection and the trust that it's instilling between the residents and our first responders. So I would like to see it back to fully funding at $4,800 for the year, if we're giving another committee $6,000 as a let's see fund.
The difference is, I would say, well, first, the councilman's proposed an amendment. Is there a second to his amendment?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. So what I would say to that is that they are different committees, right? So, economic development needs to go out there and promote activities for our residents to partake in, that promotes our business community, that also encourages the business community to interact with one another. There is an event side to what they do. What I don't want public safety to get into is to become another events committee, because that's not what their function was. In fact, they should have been the ad hoc sheriff's committee, right? Doing one or two events here and there, as part of the building that relationship, okay, fine. But for example, the coffee with the firefighters is something that is funded through the county. To my knowledge, I believe that's still continuing, believe it or not, despite the cuts that they have going on.
Right.
But again, I don't want them to, again, we also need to encourage our committees to start seeking sponsorship dollars. There was a huge drop off from last year, and I can't get over that. So that's why, unfortunately, I cannot agree to the amendment right now.
But Mr. Mayor, we have to at least give them the foundation for them to launch off of, which is where the $1,200 is coming from.
The Food and Wine Festival was able to get launched without help from the town per se, right? I don't believe we gave them seed money or anything. That was all just from Lynn's effort and Giuseppe's effort to get out there and get the sponsorships. I have every confidence in the members of that committee to get it done. I understand what your analogy was, but I don't think they need that in this committee, is all I'm saying.
I guess I'm a little confused on this because we took up this issue and then the chairman, Carlos Andres, showed up, and then I'm seeing here that we ended up cutting it, the Public Safety Committee, from 4,800 down to 1,200. I don't think that's
So, wait.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, so that's already been decided.
Right,
actually.
but since I am one of the votes that said yes, I can bring it back, and in order to cut it, I can bring it back to try to.
We're on Councilman Herzberg's
Right.
motion. You made an amendment to that, but again,
Right.
So my amendment is, yes, we did cut it. I agree, earlier today. I think I want to just allocate of that 6,000, because the manager needs to allocate that 6,000 we just gave him in savings.
Okay.
I want to allocate 1,000, based off what I understand. I think 1,000 should be okay, and I have all the trust that they're going to become a committee that doesn't need our funds anymore. But give them a little bit of a boost, right? And allocate 1,000, give them a little bit more money to work with. That's what my motion is.
So putting them roughly at 2,200, give or take, between the 1,200 that was left.
They would be at 2,200, correct.
Okay.
Or I think we gutted them too much a little bit here. That's all I'm saying.
Do we all have a copy of what they proposed? The total is 6,000.
Oh yeah, we're not going to go there.
I get that we're not going there.
6,000? No, it's 4,800.
4,800 was
48
last
is the
year.
flat budget.
The flat budget.
And this is just from an email that I received from him. I don't know if he sent it to everyone else.
I think he did.
And yeah, I would assume he did. He's asking, or they are asking for 1,200 for awareness, community awareness, 1,800 for educational materials, 1,700 for the car show, 300 for the 9/11 memorial, and then 1,000 for the MDSO and MDFR events. I personally think we could definitely come down from that 6,000, but I do like, as Councilmember Sanchez, not Suarez, said, it is important. As someone mentioned, I think this is the second time I'm quoting Abel Fernandez in a single meeting, but the government has two primary roles, and one of those is public safety. So, I think we should give it the requisite importance.
Right, and that's why
I support what you're saying.
I think 1,000 is.
I guess my point is, can we just go off of what he's saying in terms of how we allocate that extra 1,000 or?
Right. So I would go back to the flat budget because we're not increasing budgets. And the two events that I want to make sure are funded are the sheriff and firefighter events. And the 9/11 memorial. The 1,000 doesn't. What's the math? The 1,000 doesn't get there exactly, but I think it's enough to make sure those two things continue. That's all.
So which line item of the?
So I would keep 9/11 at 300, and then the remainder at MDSO, MDFR events.
Okay, and then I guess for the budget officer, under the budget, we do have the 9/11 memorial item, but I don't think that the MDSO, MDFR events line item is there unless I'm blind. I don't see it there, so it would just be a change, right? Everything else would be zero, and we would create a new line item for MDSO, MDFR events?
Well, not at zero, because their current budget right now, as we speak about a vote on the motions, is 1,200. Right? It's about making their total budget 2,200. And we still get a net savings there, right? So I saw an opportunity, and I figured, you know what, let's not gut it completely.
So if I understand it correctly, the 9/11 memorial, the one that we attended this morning, you wouldn't fund again.
No, I would. That's $300.
Right, but then when you start adding it up, that's why when I bring up the fact of the 4,800 at a flat budget that they can work with, it is literally the lowest budget of any committee.
I think blasting's lower, but yeah.
No, because blasting
And now the neighborhood
has
improvement.
6 and 1, they have 7,000.
So we just cut blasting today.
Guys, it's an austerity year. I just want to continue to reiterate that.
Right.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Councilman Sanchez, I think, is on the right. The Public Safety Committee, especially in the last 6 months to a year, is one of our. They are pulling their weight, and they are stepping up. And I agree with everything that it's austerity year, but cutting it from 4,800 to 1,000 or whatever, I think let's cut 1,000 off their budget. But I think they're doing such a amazing job. We're getting such a bang from the buck from them, especially now. I mean, the event we all participated this morning and the last couple events have been just stellar. I think they're doing such great work. I cutting them so much. This committee, maybe there's other committees you can say, yeah, okay, I understand, but not this one. I think we should keep it at least $3,000. If that's my motion on that.
Can you repeat the amendment?
His or, well, the main amendment was, yes, so the main was to bring it back up by $1,000 to 2,200, whatever it would come out. Councilman Sanchez wants to, as a strike law amendment, wants to restore it to the full flat budget, right?
Right.
Yeah, to the flat budget of the 4,800. So we're currently on the amendment.
Yeah, I think I fully support it. I do echo the sentiments of both Councilmember Sanchez and Councilmember Garcia on that regard.
I mean, look, I'm not going to support it. I'm going to support the main motion unless it gets amended. Again, we need to start expecting more from our volunteers, because I agree that that's what they are, but, if they want to step up for this, they need to, again, we've been talking all night about not relying on the taxpayers, right? So this is a good example where, hold on, where, a good example of where, for events, mind you, we are now putting quite a few money, $1,000 back when we're here trying to get to a flat budget. I just find it incongruous. I understand they've done a good job. 1,000%, they have come a long way. But that is starting to get away from the committee's founding purpose, right? And again, I'm already agreeing to what I consider to be a compromise, which is Councilman Herzberg's item to give them another 1,000 back. But again, they can absolutely, for these events, especially from the way that I saw already what he's done with what he's got, he can absolutely find, and the rest of the committee members can find sponsors. They can, go ahead and organize these events without relying on taxpayer money. Again, for more events. And so I just wanted to put that up. Councilman Garcia.
Mayor, would my colleagues be open to putting a mandatory minimum on the percentage of sponsorship, for example, a 10 to 15% sponsorship on all for the next budget year for all of the committees that they're
That would actually not be a bad idea.
required
I
to?
think. I mean, yes, it
That's
wouldn't
an-
be germane right now.
Okay.
But
No,
because it's a different level of instruction that isn't about moving numbers around, right? But that actually would not be a bad idea.
Okay, so I'll put that in the NBI.
But on the amendment, is there any more discussion on the amendment?
I just want to add that I'm more likely. Carlos Andres, I actually sent him a message today, and I congratulated him on the job that he's doing as chair of that committee, and I really do think that he's stepped it up and he's doing an amazing job. The thing is, though, we're here cutting across everything, and it wouldn't be fair for us to leave them out because just because he's a nice guy and we like him. I think I'm going to be more likely to vote for the amended version of 2,200. I think it would be fair for me.
All right, on the amendment, on the strike all amendment, any more discussion?
Just one final one. The original budget that they wanted for this year was 6,000. And it was cut to 4,800 because of what we passed at the last council meeting to keep it flat. So they are already giving up the $1,200.
Well, if it just breaking news, Mama Dieguez just texted me that she'll contribute $500. So, so there we go. Oh, come on, yeah, she deserves a clap for that. Come on. Thanks, Mom. At any rate, okay.
Yeah.
But any further discussion, sir?
No.
Anyone else? All right. All those in favor, or rather, no, because there's going to be opposition here. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the strike call.
So this is a strike all amendment
Uh-huh.
for public safety to give them back $1,000.
No, this one is a strike all amendment to restore funding to the 4,800
To
level.
4,800. This is the amendment by Councilmember Sanchez. Who seconded that amendment?
Yes, that's right, the Vice Mayor seconded.
Very well. Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
My motion is no.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Oh, wait, pardon me, no.
No.
All right,
Your
yeah,
vote
no,
is
I'm a no,
no.
I'm a no, I'm a no.
Okay, so the amendment fails.
Okay, we're now back on the main motion proffered by Councilman Hertzberg, which is to give them back another $1,000. Any further debate on that? Okay, seeing none, on this one, I think we can do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Okay, perfect.
Mayor?
Yes, and please keep in mind we have 20 minutes.
There's an item that I didn't realize was not in the catch-all. I move to defund every single wireless stipend in our general fund and special revenue funds.
I have
Okay.
a bigger item.
So sorry, can you repeat that? I'm having a
All
hard time.
the data plans, right?
No, the
Okay.
wireless stipends.
Oh, the wireless stipends, okay. Yes, again, remember, for my colleagues, as a refresher, that's a benefit given to some of the staff to help them defray the cost of their phone, considering that they're working on something that they're paying for. Anyway, so that's the stipend that we're talking about, just so we're all clear. So with that, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this motion?
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. It's such a small line item, but I'm going to say no because we already did the COLA. I'm going to bring up a matter in the future regarding the insurance stipend, so I just don't feel comfortable gutting it that much.
I concur with Councilman Hertzberg.
My primary point on this is the theme of this entire budget process for me has been transparency, the ability to collect information, the ability to understand how much is that person paid, how much is that person paid. And we've made it so difficult between the insurance, the stipend for this, the stipend for that, the education and the travel and per diem that thankfully we eliminated, the salary, everything else. Huh? Oh, thanks for reminding me. And I like calling things what they are. It's payment it's a way of making the regular salaries look lower. That's the way I see it. I'd rather take the entirety of the amount that we reduce in wireless stipend and add it to regular salaries, so at least we're being honest about what it is. But don't tell me that it's actually for their phones. I'm sorry, don't tell me that it's for their phone battery. I've worked at law firms that offer all the perks on the planet, and as an attorney, you know we live on our phones. You don't get a wireless stipend. That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. And so I'd just rather, again, I would truly support, if someone wants to make it, removing this and replacing it with an equal increase to their salary. But at least we're being honest.
We're also, in my opinion, increasing the expense because obviously every dollar we add to their salaries is more, in theory, right, that we have to pay in payroll taxes, everything else.
They have to pay taxes on that anyways. It's compensation.
Well, okay, that's a fair point. But at the same time, I kind of agree with Councilman Hertzberg. This is such a small line item. It certainly is not something that I find to be dishonest, like you do. But at the same time, I just feel again like this is a situation where I found it interesting, where we were arguing about the budget for public safety to do more events, and then here now we're nickel and diming. So that's the only point I wanted to make is that. But at any rate, is there any further discussion on this? Again, we have 17 minutes.
No.
So with that, all those in favor say aye.
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 Wait.
Okay. With the ayes first, yeah, this is to remove them all, you know. Okay, but actually it seems like there's going to be a couple of no's. So in that case, please call the roll. That way we have a clear record.
So motion to remove the wireless stipends.
Uh-huh.
Councilmember Garcia.
Across all funds, I
Aye.
just wanted to add that.
I'm sorry.
He voted
Councilmember
yes.
Garcia? Yes. Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes, I vote to remove.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
No.
No. So the motion fails.
Okay. I want to bring up.
And I know that we still need to also cover the travel and education for the administration. And again, now we're down to 16 minutes. So for purposes of time.
Okay, if I may, I have one item.
Wait.
I have.
Well, go ahead, Councilman Sanchez.
Okay. I know right now we're under contract for this fee, but I'd like to renegotiate the coach's background where we're paying next year a budgeted amount of $12,554. We already pay, for example, Miami Lakes Optimist Park at $1 million a year just to maintain it, and the Optimist Club basically has a monopoly on using the baseball fields and all that. So paying additionally for the coach's background check, I don't think is fair. So I like options brought back by legal to see how we can deviate from the contract or we can negotiate the contract if we're nowhere near expiration to no longer have to pay for the coach's background checks.
And, okay, Councilman Sanchez, I apologize. So I was conferring with the attorneys and including the non-actual attorneys. So we got 15 minutes, and by law, if we're going to keep our budget schedule, we have to go back at some point to 7A, pass that, and then come back to 7B and pass that, so both of them can go to second reading when we stay on schedule in terms of the budget schedule. So, again, do you think you can wrap this up?
I'm done.
Okay, no, but you made the motion. Has anybody seconded? Okay, it's been seconded by Councilman Garcia. Again, keep in mind the time frame that we're under. Is there any discussion?
No.
Okay, perfect. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no.
No.
Okay, one no. Councilman Fernandez. Okay, if my colleagues will just allow us let's lay this on the table to take up 7A. Perfect. Go ahead.
I'll move the table until after we vote or discuss 7A.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Councilman Hertzberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The 7B is laid on the table.
Point of clarification.
Yeah,
Are we also required to finish 7B by midnight?
Because remember, it has to go through first and second reading. So yeah, we have to, in order, before this meeting ends,
We have
the
to
charter,
do both.
we have to do both.
So no 2 a.m. for us.
No, apparently,
What you're
yeah, I
talking
thought we were, but as the attorneys reminded me, the charter does have that provision
Okay.
with respect to the midnight cutoff.
But didn't we have,
So, okay,
when Manny was the mayor, weren't there meetings that went past midnight?
This-
Most of them were.
Yeah, it was just ignoring the charter is what it was, So, and we're better than that. So with that, again, I need a motion to pick up 7A again. We had laid on the table, so we need a motion to take it from the table.
I'll move to take 7A from the table.
I'll second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're now on item 7A. Mr. Manager, just for clarification, based on the moves we made tonight, are we consistent with this millage or the proposed millage under 7A?
Yes, there may be some overage, but it's probably insignificant, and it would just flow into fund
And we can
balance.
always fix that when we get to
Correct.
second reading. Okay.
Correct.
So
So just to be clear, right now, you said overage, right now we have a surplus at 2.2459. It's a minor one, but there is a slight
Correct.
surplus.
Talked about rolling that money over into some sidewalk
well,
thing or
up
something.
to
That
10 or
was-
11,
but
whatever the difference
since
was.
that-
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you quantify how much that was after the FPL lines were deleted? Did you quantify the dollar amount of the cuts since the FP&L lines were depleted or deleted?
Yes, I removed those, but I still have to make sure that I've included everything that has been discussed tonight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if there's any surplus, it's not a lot right now.
Yeah, no, and again, we can fix that in second,
Yes,
second reading.
that is correct, sir.
But again, the only problem I had with that statement was if there's any surplus. So, because that's what I just want to know. I don't really need the exact number.
There is a surplus.
There
Because
is a surplus right now.
When you deleted
So right now,
the FP&L lines, there was a tiny surplus,
Okay,
and then we
that's fine.
just, you guys voted to just put that back into sidewalks. So everything that happened after that creates a surplus.
We gotta move.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, is there any further discussion on this item?
I'll move to adopt the millage of.
Well, I think we had moved it in,
I seconded.
I'm sorry.
No, Madam Clerk,
We
yeah.
do have from earlier tonight, the main motion from Mayor Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Herzberg, which was ordinance in first reading.
Perfect.
With no
Okay.
discussion.
Is that
Madam Clerk,
2.24?
please call the
Whoa,
roll.
whoa, whoa.
Oh,
Is that-
I have a
hold
minute.
on, hold on.
No, you need a motion now. You tabled it.
Yeah.
So now you're moving it.
We already moved to take it back from the table, or take it up from the table.
So now you're taking it up from the table, so now you have to move to adopt the millage rate.
All over again, even though
Yes,
it's
you have
already
to
been
take the
moved and
formal,
seconded.
yes.
Okay, all
I
right.
mean, but it's easy, and I was gonna make it anyway. I'll move to adopt the rate of 2.2459 for purposes of first reading.
Okay, I'll second that.
Through the chair?
Any further discussion? Councilman Garcia?
I have a friendly amendment.
Okay,
I
with
think
10 minutes left on the clock, go
Really
ahead.
quick, I think we've done an excellent job. We've seen how we found cuts and surpluses. I move to consider the flat rate. That's
Is
my-
there any
that's my
second?
motion.
Not yet.
Seeing none, the motion dies for lack of a second. But we're back on the main motion. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So item 7A, ordinance in first reading by Vice Mayor Morera, seconded by Mayor Dieguez, to adopt the millage rate at 2.2459. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
A big no.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes. Ordinance in first reading, item 7A.
Mayor, I move
Excellent.
to pick up item 7B.
Excellent. Is there a
Seconded.
second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right, the ayes have it, and the motion 7B is taken up from the table. Is there a new motion to consider? And I'm sorry, I actually have a point of order now, too. So
Yeah.
did that negate all the other motions that we took before? Because why would it be, why would the prior motion to
Okay,
move the
so
item?
let me quickly explain it. You had discussed the millage, you tabled the millage.
But that was after we moved and seconded it.
Right, you moved, but it doesn't matter. You tabled the millage, so you didn't take a final vote. You have to vote on the millage first before you vote on the budget. So you
Correct.
took it from the table, you affirmatively approved the millage.
Uh-huh.
Now you're on the budget. You've made all these amendments, so it's the budget as amended. You're going to
Got
approve the budget as you've amended it throughout the night.
As
Okay.
you've amended it when
Well,
you were
you and I will have a
discussing.
talk later. I'm not going to bog us down procedural.
I move the budget as amended.
I'll second that.
Very brief discussion.
Okay, any
Just to
discussion?
say, for the purpose of the people who fast forward to the end of this video, this is first reading. We will be back for second reading. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, at this point, every additional saving we find is a cut to the millage, or can become a cut to the millage.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm ready.
Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 7B, ordinance in first reading by Vice Mayor Morera, seconded by Mayor Dieguez. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Can you please explain that and clarify? I did not understand it.
Ordinance in first reading, item 7B, to approve the budget as amended all throughout the night.
Do you want to
Yes.
approve the cuts we've made so far?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 7B, passes.
Okay. Councilman Sanchez, you have a moment to personal privilege. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to put a motion on the floor that when the Excel spreadsheet is updated with all this information, if it could be emailed to us, if there's a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Yeah, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All of those in favor say aye.
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 Hey, all opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Okay, well, so yes, as the Vice Mayor pointed out, this is me speaking to the general public. We're going to have our second budget hearing come soon. That will be the final opportunity to make your voice heard on either side of where you stand on this. Obviously, this is a tough budget year. I think, just like we did before, we're going to have a lot of people complaining about some of these cuts, but, you know, ultimately, the people that come and show up, they're the ones, of course, that we're going to listen to, and so that's just what it is. So with that, thank you all for your time. Thank you to staff, and, you know, let's continue this soon. We're adjourned at 11:54 p.m.
All right, bro.